Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Kansas City.
Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. It's the final leg of a long road trip. The Royals are 3-4 so far, and now a 3-game weekend series in Detroit against the Tigers. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Hudler. I'm Ryan Lefevre. Now, if we went back into spring training, Hud, and I said to you, the final series between the Royals and the Tigers is going to feature Johnny Cueto for the Royals, Justin Verlander for the Tigers. But wait a minute. The Tigers will be in last place, and the Royals will have an 11-game lead in the division.
No way that's going to happen, especially the Tigers. They've won 4 straight Central Championships. And I would ask you, how do we get Cueto? That's a beautiful thing, but really, this should be interesting to see these two marquee pitchers battle tonight.
Yeah, and let's look at the numbers for these two marquee guys, our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard. Cueto, important for him tonight to get back on track, preparing for the postseason. And Justin Verlander, I'm sure, needs to have a good start to start thinking about 2016.
Verlander, he struggled becoming an overpowering pitcher now to a basic 92, 95 mile-an-hour pitcher. He's struggled like they all have, believe me, but he's recovered. He's actually hitting some spots, and he's been able to adjust to his new pitching style. But the Royals offense, they love teeing off on him. Hopefully they can do the same and get Cueto some runs.
All right, and if Johnny Cueto is looking for some inspiration tonight, he can look at the fact that his best start as a Royal came against the Detroit Tigers.
Yes, he's looking for any kind of inspiration. You know, the first 4 or 5 games he pitched for the Royals, he looked good, but the last 5, they've been stinking. So he needs to go back to this video here, watch this performance that he had against the Tigers at the K, which was really special. He was quick pitching, he was hitting his spots down in the zone and using that defense. Let's see if he can get back to that, make the adjustments like all struggling pitchers do. Tonight's the night.
And then there's the offensive side of this series. The Royals have been struggling lately on offense, but had a big night last night. And the Tigers, with some of the biggest names in their lineup in baseball, those big names have been struggling. Joel and Monty are coming up next.
you play gives back to schools across Missouri, so play it forward with the Missouri Lottery. And by your Kansas City Chevy dealers. Visit your local Chevy dealers today for great prices on all the new 2015 vehicles. Let's go down to the field and welcome in Joe Goldberg and Jeff Montgomery.
Ryan, thanks. I think we've set a record 5 straight days of picture-perfect weather in Cleveland and Detroit. Unheard of. It's a beautiful night for baseball. Now the question is, what will the Royals see, Jeff Montgomery, from Justin Verlander? How has he changed over the years? How is he still like the old Justin Verlander?
Well, he still has good stuff. He's had to really redefine himself for a couple of things. One, I think he's healthier now than he has been. And two, he doesn't have that same upper 90s velocity. As a result, I think after going out and struggling so much these last couple of years, he has found a way to be much more successful.
And you saw a little something of the old Justin Verlander back on early September when he faced the Royals.
Right, the latter innings, once he's kind of getting close to the end, he will empty his tank. He will go from the low to mid-90s, maybe to that 96, 97 range again.
Well, it is Justin Verlander, Johnny Cueto. They're blasting M&M, the Detroit product, so it sounds like they are ready for baseball, Ryan, here at Comerica Park.
All right, Joel and Monty, thank you very much. There's Brad Ausmus visiting with Omar Vizquel, the Tigers' first base coach, and there has been a lot of discussion lately about the future of Brad Ausmus, just his second year as Tigers manager, replacing Jim Leland last year. This was not the year that they had in mind. 11 games under 500 coming into tonight, and in last place in the Central, 18 and a half back of the Royals.
Yeah, you know, it's not easy. Managerial jobs, that they call it the hot seat for a reason. And, you know, if you're going good and your team's winning and you got good players, you're a great manager. When you struggle, they lose, the blame goes to you. So Ausmus is in some deep water.
Justin Verlander will take the mound. He is making his 17th start. His ERA is good, 3.58. He is just 3-8 overall, and he is just 1-6 here at Comerica Park. And there was a time when Verlander was just about unhittable, and especially against the Royals. It took the Royals 10 tries to beat Justin Verlander for the first time. He was 14-2 in his first 16 decisions against the Royals, and now 6-6 over his last 15, including 1-1 this year with an ERA over 4.5. And the lineup that he will face tonight, and it begins with Alex Gordon, who got last night off in Cleveland. He had played in 6 consecutive games. Lorenzo Cain is still out. Ned Yost giving him a chance to rest that ankle, so Mike Moustakas will bat second. Kendrys Morales will hit third. Paulo Orlando gets a shot in center field tonight against Verlander and the Tigers.
A lot of experience in that lineup you just talked about from Ned Yost. Man, Gordon's got 79 at-bats against Verlander. Hosmer, 65. Escobar, 63. I mean, those are large sample size, so they know what they're getting from Verlander.
We are waiting on Gary Cedarstrom, who is the first base umpire and the crew chief, who just walked across the diamond and is visiting with the Tigers. I wonder if this has something to do with some sort of communications malfunction. Oh, actually, it's the lights. The bank of lights in right field are just partially on. Just the top row and the bottom row, which is not an issue right now, but being the time of year that it is, in the middle of September, there is hardly any sunlight left at first pitch, and in less than an hour, that sky is going to be completely black.
Shoot, man, are you kidding me? In the minor leagues, Rhino, they didn't have any lights at all. We had to face Doc Gooden, Roger Clemens. You know, they had no lights in the minors. So in the big leagues, man, I guess they're going to slow the game down here because they don't have a few lights on. Whatever. It's all about player safety. There's no question about it. But, man, you know, it's not easy to try to hit that ball if the light's not right, but you would think it's okay. I didn't notice it. Did you?
I didn't notice it at all. I mean, we've had a delay like this either last year or the year before, and we wondered what it was all about, and it had to do with communication. One of the telephones was down to either the bullpen or a telephone was down to replay, and they didn't want to start the game until that was cleared up. But as soon as Gary Cederstrom went to the dugout and they looked toward right field, it was pretty obvious that the lights are out. So the obvious question, well, why don't they just start the game right now and hope that the lights come on and just play until they come on? And the reason they don't do that is if they feel like these lights eventually will take away from the player's ability to see the ball, well, then at what point do you stop the game later on?
And then you get your pitchers all hot and warmed up, and so you would waste them. But right now, Verlander's doing a lot of standing around.
But you're right. I mean, with every other light fully illuminated, they could easily not just play in the early innings during twilight, but this is plenty of light even when the sky is completely black.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But, Verlander, he's going to go sit down. I don't blame him, but this is a definite advantage for the Royals. You got the starting pitcher all hot, all warmed up, ready to go out there, and now they got this little delay right before he's out there. Now he's going to walk off and sit down. I don't blame him.
We had a game at Kauffman Stadium maybe 5 years ago where some lights went out toward the end of the game. And I won't name who the umpire was, but the crew chief came over to the Royals dugout, and it was clear that there was still plenty of light to play. And they stood around for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and we could tell up in the booth, you could play with this amount of light. And after 15 minutes of standing around, they finally just decided, you know what, I guess maybe there is enough light. Let's just start the game. And it kind of feels like that right now. I mean, I would be stunned if at some point tonight the lack of lighting from right field would be an issue, unless in an effort to be more green or more energy efficient, that here at Comerica Park they had fewer lights, but they were more directional to parts of the field that you need. But in most major league ballparks, you do not need every single light bulb to play a game. Maybe the next step is to get some sort of an agreement from both Ned Yost and Brad Ausmus that they can continue to play. So Gary Cederstrom is explaining the situation to someone who works here at Comerica Park. We hope your lights are on. We're going to take a short break and be right back. Moment there, everyone got excited because the lights started to come on, and I'm assuming that that's a bad sign, that they started to warm up and went back out, that it wasn't a case of someone accidentally flipping a switch, that there could be some sort of a circuit issue and they just won't trigger and come back on. I mean, they play in Oakland every night.
Yeah.
They play in Texas every night where the lights are so high that the outfield seems dark. It isn't. I mean,
yeah, you know, it just goes to show baseball, that's why it's one of the most beautiful games. You just never know what's going to happen.
What's beautiful about what's going on right
now? Because this is the unknown. We thought Verlander, he'd already have runners at second and third, and Orioles might have 2 runs already. But now
that's beautiful.
Right. But we're just sitting here because the game hadn't started because we didn't know there was going to be a light problem. That's baseball. Look at Cedarstrom. He's got his hands on his face saying, oh, man, as beautiful as this weather is, look at that face.
I don't understand why the 2 teams could not just agree to play the game. And I'm sure there's somebody who has some sort of official title with Major League Baseball screaming at the TV saying, well, it's because, well, I've seen it happen before. I've seen some of the lights go out in the middle of the game. There was a delay trying to figure out whether they would come on or not, and it was clearly obvious that they would not come back on, and they finished the game. Now, if half the stadium went out, that's one thing. But we're just talking about 2 banks of lights in, what, Hud, a dozen, maybe 15 total banks of lights?
Yeah,
here?
and you know, these big league lights in these ballparks here are powerful. I mean, there's more light than players need, and I can just tell you from the minors, even though the minor leagues have changed so much from when I played. All the ballparks in AAA and AA are all really good, brand new ballparks. But there used to be a time where they didn't have a lot of lights and it was dark, and players would go, wow, I'm a little nervous stepping in because I can't see. And these guys are throwing hard. It was, you know, it was life-threatening. You were thinking, you know, I don't know if I'm too sure about this, but the big leagues, there's so much light. I think they're spoiled. But, you know, Cedarstrom's got a lot on him. It's on him, so the pressure's on Gary Cedarstrom, the crews chief.
That is Michael Healy talking to Gary Cedarstrom. He is the vice president of Park Operations, is the official title. While they're chatting, we should say, they are celebrating cancer survivors. They're wearing pink. A lot of the fans are. And before the game, several cancer survivors were honored. It is pink night. And the scoreboard has pink colors. The mascot has a pink T-shirt. A lot of other T-shirts were passed out by our affiliated station, Fox Sports Detroit. The Tigers broadcasters, Mario and Pemba and Kirk Gibson, are wearing pink tonight. We were not aware of it, but in the 7th inning tonight, all fans who are here have a sign that says, I wear pink, and the I is that pink ribbon, which signifies cancer research, cancer awareness. I wear pink for, and then there's a big box where people can write someone's name whom they are thinking of. And so if you're wondering why the ballpark is pink, this is normally something that is reserved for Mother's Day, but now the umpires are looking at HUD right now. Now, you had their attention for a moment, but we're still not playing, so you might need to take it to another level if you get their attention again.
Well, you know the body language guy I am, and whenever they look up here, especially in the middle of the game when they make a change, you know the umpires always look up to get the official score's attention, and they'll look up, and I always jump out of my seat and try to get their attention, and they look, and sometimes I'll get them, and I give them a little bow or something.
Right.
But I was raising my hands in the air like,
let's go.
Come on, let's go. It's hit my watch. Come on. We got a game to win here.
So we will wait. While we have some time, I didn't know if they were going to be shooting the booth during the 7th inning, but you have a sign, I have a sign. Go ahead.
Oh, you better believe it, man. Are you kidding me? I don't want to get emotional. Okay.
You've got the sign in front of your face,
but
so just
know
know that
Kathy,
nobody can see you.
Ovarian cancer. She's been 8-9 years battling this thing, and you know, typically, if you have ovarian cancer, it's not a good sign. It spreads to other organs. But Grandma Kathy's been a warrior. She's really made it
Is this your grandmother?
Yes.
Really?
Well, no, it's my kids. We call her
Okay.
Grandma Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my stepmother.
Okay.
But she's been an inspiration to all of us, Rhino. Who do you have?
I have. Well, the lights are starting to warm up. They're flickering on, and then they flicker off. So, I mean, they're trying to come on. There we go. That is my mother-in-law, Linda,
There you
who
go.
is a breast cancer survivor and very active in the runs that they have and the breast cancer walks and fundraisers. So if I didn't get a chance to show that during the game, well, we made the most of this light delay to show her you and I are honoring tonight.
No question. And all the fans here. Now, we would have wore pink had they let us know. I mean, I've been happy to wear pink. But we didn't really realize it.
Even they are so in the spirit of things tonight that even the game notes. Look at the game notes. Now here are the Royals game notes. They're white. Normally the Tigers, but even the Tigers game notes are pink tonight. So they are certainly in the spirit of things tonight. Oh, hi Joel. How are you?
Hi.
How's it
There
going?
we go. Hello, hello.
Hello. You've always been our umpire correspondent.
Yeah,
and I
just,
imagine you've been on the phone with somebody. So.
I just actually bumped into the umpire supervisor. There's usually a supervisor,
All right,
former
well,
umpires
what the
at
heck's
this game.
going on?
Well, he said, if this were June, you're going to have a lot more light over the next hour or whatever it might be, then yes. But they want to make sure that they're being fair here. And who's to say that in a half hour, 45 minutes, as it's getting darker and darker, this situation isn't solved. And now each half inning that somebody comes out, next half inning the Tigers come out, it's a little bit darker for them. And then the Royals come back out, it's a little bit darker for them. And let's say after 2 innings then, these banks haven't been fixed and it's getting a bit darker. And now suddenly, after 2 innings or whatever it might be, you need to now sit down those pitchers and perhaps
wait for it to get completely dark.
And wait if the lights come back at all.
I think you were here. I think you had joined the Royals, and I'll name the umpire because I'm not calling him out, but it might, it may trigger something for you. Joe West was the crew chief. We were at Kauffman Stadium. It was late in the game. Some of the lights went out, and they stopped the game. And Joe West went over to the Royals dugout and laughing, and we're going, well, why can't you play the game? There's plenty of light. And we sat there for 15 minutes, and finally it dawned on them, you know what, it's really not that bad. And it appeared, and I don't know if Joe West did something he wasn't supposed to do, or if he did something he was allowed to do but just didn't do it as soon as he could have. But it was almost as like, and I don't even remember who the Royals were playing, but it was almost as like he looked in the Royals dugout and said, are you okay with this? And he looked in the other dugout and said, are you okay with this? And they just finished the game. And so that's the part that I don't understand. If both managers say, fine, we both have the same, for lack of a better word, handicap tonight when it comes to the field being fully illuminated. And I mean, do the Tigers even know, like, if 1 or 2 banks goes out, is it enough lights here? And now they're starting to warm up again, and then they come on, and then they kind of just. So there's some sort of. I think this is. Remember the movie Mr. Mom with Michael Keaton?
Sure.
And Terry Garr is his wife, and she goes back to work, and he becomes Mr. Mom. And Terry Garr brings her boss back to the house, and they were doing a little bit of work on the house, and Michael Keaton's trying to impress his wife's boss, and he says, so how are you going to wire the house? 220? Remember the famous line, Michael Keaton goes, yeah, 220, 221, whatever it takes. Well, I think we got a 220, 221 issue with the lights in right field.
Here's what I want to say, Hud. I have no idea also before what you were saying about what was beautiful about this situation, but maybe you knew that Ryan was going to break out quotes from the movie Mr. Mom.
Been waiting,
and that is all
waiting 21 years to say that during a Major League game.
To your point, though, Ryan, if we definitively knew that with that bank of lights out, as it got darker, that the field would look exactly the same the whole time, then okay, go ahead and play. Now, remember that Joe West incident you were talking about, I think maybe 6 years ago, something like that. That's what the field was going to look like. I mean, the light wasn't changing as far as the natural daylight. It was already pitch black out at that point, right? So it is going to continue to get darker and darker and darker here. We're not at nightfall yet. So I suppose that's what they're looking at. And they don't want to get into a situation in 2 innings where they say, we're not getting these lights back. And, oh, by the way, it's becoming a little bit harder to see. And now we have to stop the game after the pitchers having gone. Now, what Hud's saying before is that, oh, well, we'd be fine. We'd be okay either way. So
but
I think they're trying to avoid.
Aren't we in jeopardy of doing that right now by not starting with losing the pitchers?
Well, he's going to have a built-in excuse when the Royals light him up. Verlander's going to say, he's going to say, well, you know what? I got hot from delay. It kind of messed my rhythm up. So he's got a built-in excuse before it even starts.
But I think I heard that this happened when he had a no-hitter or something like that at one point. So I don't know about that theory, Hud.
What was it? Was it in the bottom of the 8th inning? The Tigers were batting in the bottom of the 8th inning, and it was a 6-0 game. And Brad Ausmus had a challenge after the final out of the bottom of the 8th inning. So it caused a longer than normal delay, and Verlander was out there and waiting to pitch the 9th, and he had a no-hitter. And it was a long delay as they reviewed the tape, and I don't know what happened, whether they won or lost the challenge, but it was a longer delay. And, of course, the first batter, Chris Iannetta, hits a double and ends the no-hitter. So Verlander's had some badly timed delays this year.
You guys bring up Joe West. The only thing I can think of was a couple of years ago in St. Louis when Joe West saved the Royals season by making them play at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And I've never said a bad thing about Joe West ever since that game.
Really, because he could have phoned it in. They had a day game in Chicago the next day. I'll never forget that game.
Well, as the story goes on that one, guys, and you're right, they limoed up to Chicago and got there for a day game. This was that game that ended at 3:14 in the morning, and the Royals were leading. They had taken the lead in the top of the 9th, and no one knew that a new rule that had come in the offseason said that if it was a team's last game into a city for the year and a game was suspended at that point, that it would revert back to the score of the inning before. Well, the Cardinals at that point, thinking we need to get this game in because we need a chance to come back, went into stall mode when they realized that it would revert back to the last inning. And as I understand it, Joe West went into Ned and said it looks like we're going to be done for the night. And Ned, who is as good a guru with radars as anyone we know, because of his hunting in the offseason, he really is good at reading that, said, no, I think there's a window for about 30 or 40 minutes. Well, Joe West says, that's not what I'm hearing, but let's go outside and take a look. And Joe goes out there, and miraculously, perhaps, there was no rain. And Joe at that point says, we're going to go and play this game. And sure enough, they do. The Royals win it.
And that's when Alex was carrying out the diamond drive, Guthrie, all those guys, man. It was really something.
So I think the moral on that story was Joe West, don't cross him or give him misinformation. And Ned had the perfect evidence because they walked outside. It was a miserable night, too. And this is, what do you figure? This at this point was around 2:30 in the morning because they restarted at about 3.
All right, the lights are starting to come on again. They have not flickered off yet.
This is light play-by-play.
Let's go. Well, whatever the rule is, it's dumb. I mean, this is a major league stadium with plenty of lighting. They could have played through this, and maybe this is by the book or whatever, but I mean, Hud, well, Oakland and Texas are the two places that I think of where the lights are so high that the outfield appears dark, or much darker than the infield, and much darker than some of the seating areas. So
I would agree, but they're coming on now, so we should be getting this thing going. And the position players have been standing out on that field. I think they're going to have to go get loose again. Verlander's taking the mound. Hearing some cheers going. There's one of the infield balls going out to Miguel Cabrera, so it looks like they're moving in that direction. All right.
So there you go. Proving once again you can't beat fun at the old ballpark.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You just never know what we're going to see any night in baseball. And we still got the whole game to play.
Well, there is some electrical hero tonight. I know that because they tried to get those lights on several times, and they started to come on. They started to warm up, and they just simply would go out. And so some adjustment was made, and here we go. And my goodness, it's got to be at least, what, 0.5% brighter now than it was 15 minutes ago?
Yeah.
I mean,
players.
Whoa!
The players need sunscreen.
I stand corrected. There's no way they could have played without those extra lights in right field.
They need some sunscreen. It's so bright out there.
All right, so Justin Verlander gets a chance to warm up again. And as he does so, let's take a look at the Tigers defense. And James McCann, you've been talking about him all season when we've been playing the Tigers, as the torch has been passed on from Alex Avila to him.
That's because he's taken that job and ran with it. He says, all right, I'm going to show you what I can do. And, you know, anything over 30% of throwing runners out is a great mark in Major League Baseball for a catcher. And he's closer to 40%. And he's got a nice future. He calls a good game. He is a good, solid right-handed hitter who's only going to improve as he gets more experience in that batter's box. Mentioned it earlier, Alex, 79 at-bats. This is his 80th at-bat against Verlander. He's got 17 hits.
And Verlander's first pitch is a fastball at 90 for a strike. Remember when we left Kauffman Stadium for this road trip, Ned Yost said that the plan was for Alex to play 2 games and then get a day off. Very high in the air to left field, and a long run for Collins across the line, and it's back into the crowd. Great grab by Rob Deere, who's sitting in the seats off the left field line. And then Ned said that in the middle of this road trip, toward the end of the road trip, Alex would play 3 games in a row and then have a day off because that's the most he would play in the playoffs. But as it turns out, Alex got a night off last night because he had played 6 games in a row.
It's because he got hot. I'm sure he was telling Ned, look, Ned, I know you have a little plan for me, but, man, I feel great. Swinging a good bat. Let me stay in.
1-2 on Alex.
As the wind pushed that ball foul, Alex has another opportunity here. Slight breeze blowing in from center field a little bit towards the left field line.
.92 miles an hour. Verlander, even with the 23-minute delay, begins the game with a strikeout.
Verlander's going to feature that fastball 90 to 95 miles an hour. Slider, curve, changeup. His curveball's his best pitch. That's his best secondary pitch. And he mix and matches. But, you know, James McCann, I talked to his catcher today, and I said, what's the key for Verlander? And he said, establish the fastball.
Up the middle, and that's where Romine is playing. Moustakas is out, and a ground ball to short.
So whether you have an 88-mile-an-hour fastball or a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, you have to establish that to make the other pitches look better. So for Verlander, he's going to try to do it, and he's been getting him to swing out of the zone except for that one. Alex swung at some bad pitches. A little bit aggressive. Now, he throws strikes for the most part, but Dale Swaim told me before the game he wants to see his hitters compete, continue to compete in their at-bats. Look up in the zone, look for your pitch, and don't swing at his. Easier said than done.
Kendry's coming off a tough series against the Indians. No balls and 1 strike. And now 1-1. Morales was just 3 out of 16 against Cleveland. He has not driven in a run on this entire road trip, as he still leads the Royals with 101 this year. Two and 1.
Morales has had some success. 11 for 30, 2 home runs. Off of Verlander, they played him to pull, giving Morales that hole left side of the infield.
And there it is. Tigers probably expected Kendrys to really wind up and try and pull the ball in a hitter's count, but he looked like he was intent on going to the left side, and he's on with 2 down.
Yeah, why not? 2 outs, just get on base for Haas. Haas hitting behind Morales. Morales no batting gloves because was in a little bit of a funk, and now he's going to come out of it without his gloves. He switches on and off depending on whether he's hot or cold. Just find a spot, let a guy like Haas in there who's done some damage against Verlander in his career.
And Hosmer looked like he was taking a shot at left field. Hosmer just wears out the Cleveland Indians, and you wonder if they spent a little more time on him during that 4-game series, because they really pitched him well. He did drive in 1 run, and that was last night to tie the Royals record for most RBIs in a season against Cleveland. But now a fresh series against the Tigers, and he also has very good numbers against the Tigers in his career.
That big hit he got in Cleveland down that line off the lefty last night was huge, and that's going to get him blocked along with his walks. He's been patient. It's going to help get him back in there, going to the opposite field. I liked his approach. McCann and Verlander trying to come inside on him. Ooh, he's missing. He's not getting it in. Haas is just missing. He's not getting it inside. They're not letting him get his hands and arms extended. Extension for Hosmer with that bat way out there. Contact means a lot of line drives to the opposite field.
Still 1-2. Hosmer has hit safely in 24 of his last 26 games against Detroit.
Verlander has an excellent move. He's got quick feet, and he's not going to show it to Morales while he's over there. He's not going anywhere.
2-2.
Verlander tried a little, like that was a changeup or a slider.
Had him reaching, and it's out of play. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Royals won 2 of the last 3 games in Cleveland, and we wonder if last night's game will be the one that gets them going. They had lost 8 of their previous 10, and the last time the Royals won back-to-back games was early this month, and that was against Detroit at Kauffman Stadium. And they'd really like to get off to a fast start. The Royals have lost the first game of a series in 5 straight, so they've been playing from behind in the series, where typically they've been winning game 1 and winning series. Ned Yost has been saying for the past few days that what the Royals are going through is like a flu bug, just waiting for it to run its course, and how that man pitches tonight could dictate whether that bug has run its course.
Yeah, Royals, when they score first, they're 57-19.
Lost the grip on Hosmer's follow through, and this is Marte in the foul ground. So it was a long with the delay, top of the first inning. Royals are scoreless, and here comes Johnny Cueto. The Royals win the Central. They were off yesterday, but in their series before that, they took 2 out of 3 at Minnesota, and the Tigers have won 3 of their last 4 games. They have had their problems this year on offense. Now they lead the league in team batting average, but that's translated to 9th in the league in runs scored, and they don't have their normal power. They are 10th in the league in home runs. Kia puts us in the driver's seat, and Johnny Cueto, August 5th here at Comerica Park as a member of the Royals, gave up 2 runs in 7 innings. And Cueto is making his 5th start of the season against Detroit this year. One of those was as a member of the Reds.
Yeah, and being familiar with this lineup is going to help him. But really, the thing that's going to help him the most is command with his fastball. And the cutter's been floating, it's been getting hit. So, but when he's on, he throws his pitches to both sides of the plate at any count. He gives different looks, but that downhill angle is important for him to gain, and that starts with his shoulder lining up properly to Salvi. Different looks, quick pitch. He'll over-rotate his hips, and he works quickly. And this is the most important inning of his outing, this first inning. If he can somehow find a way to throw 10 to 15 pitches and get out of the inning with no runs, that'll give him a little boost.
He has allowed runs in the first inning in each of the last 3, and a total of 7 runs in the first inning in his last 3. And Gose helped him out, maybe chased a pitch that was up and out of the strike zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We had an interesting chat with Ned Yost earlier today, and he tipped us off on watching Salvador Perez tonight.
Salvi is such a large target back there that he really wants to keep his glove low. Cueto loves to throw to the glove, and it's taken these two some time to get together on the same page, so Salvi's going to put his target lower. Sometimes he'll get on a knee, but watch where he puts his glove. He's going to really help him, remind him to pitch down.
Gets a ground ball out to Infante, and Gose is out number 1. Omar Infante, the former Tiger, back in there tonight after a huge game last night in Cleveland. And here are the Royals defensively tonight, presented by Ford. That includes Paulo Orlando playing in center field. Lorenzo Cain gets a second night off. Paulo makes his second major league start in center field.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't get a chance to talk to him before the game, but I can tell you he's tickled to death, especially in this yard. 420 straight away. You got nothing in back you, in front of you, to your left and right, and you can just let those legs carry you underneath them fly balls.
2-0 on Ian Kinsler. Up the middle, and Escobar can't quite get to it. So Cueto actually made a pretty good pitch. Kinsler's bat broke, but he got enough of it and singles to center field with 1 out.
Yeah, Kinsler, he's such a dead pull hitter. He's a dead pull hitter. Escobar was over in that hole. That's the reason that ball snuck through. And you can see he's not even in the shot. That'll tell you how far to pull he was.
One on, 1 out to Miguel Cabrera. On his way to winning another batting title, even being out for over a month with a calf injury. He still has enough plate appearances to qualify. He has a 14-point advantage, and if he wins, it'll be his 5th batting title in the last 6 years. 1 ball, 1 strike.
No question, he's a greatest hitter of our era from the right side of the plate. But to tell you how hard the game is, look at his struggles.
0 for his last 20, and 12 years ago he had his worst drought, 0 for his last 23. Cueto just misses inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. And what's amazing about Cabrera is that he wins all these batting titles, and he's a big man who is slow. Normally guys who win batting titles are going to get their share of infield hits. They might drop down a bunt every now and then. I mean, This is a guy who wins batting titles based basically on hits to the outfield.
Especially to that side right there.
And that's a fair ball.
He loves going to the opposite field. Paulo couldn't get the handle on it. Excuse me. That's Rios out there that had a hard time with a pickup off the wall. And unfortunately, Tigers went up 1 on Cueto in the first.
So that makes 4 consecutive starts where Cueto has allowed a run in the first inning.
When you talk about why he's so good with his average, it's because of that right there. And watching him in batting practice, he very rarely pulls a ball. He hits everything to the right side, keeps his hands inside well, and was able to slice it right down that right field line.
And now he's in scoring position for who has been the Tigers' most productive hitter this year, J.D. Martinez. Cueto's just not hitting his spots. And that right there, he got a strike, but that's nowhere near where Salvador Perez had his glove.
Nope. He's been up again. Kinsler, that pitch, it jammed him, but it was up. That's why he got a hit on it.
0-2. Salvador Perez caught Cueto's bullpen session, which is the work off the mound for a starter in between starts. Normally Drew Butera might do that, or Cody Clark, the Royals bullpen catcher. And there's a 3-pitch strikeout. Cueto comes back and gets Martinez. So an attempt to get more on the same page with Cueto, Salvador Perez came out and caught that bullpen session.
Yeah, now look at Salvi tapping the ground, saying down here please, and look at there. Put it right where he wants it. If he can do that, follow Salvi's lead. Let him help him, guide him through this Tigers lineup here and get out of this inning. But yeah, the Royals are doing all they can to help Johnny Cueto adjust. Salvador Perez, he's a 3-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glover. Look, he can make those adjustments with him. It's important they stay together on the same page.
Victor Martinez with Cabrera at second base, 2 down.
The Royals are counting on Johnny Cueto.
Well, I think what we're seeing here in the first inning just validates what the Royals have been talking about, that it's been something mechanical with Cueto. The numbers say that his velocity is the same as it was when he was pitching well for the Royals, the same as when he was pitching for the Reds, but he is simply not hitting his spots. Not putting the ball where he wants to put it, not putting it where Salvador Perez wants it. That was supposed to be down and away, and that's up and away, and now 3-0 on Victor Martinez.
Well, he's talking to himself as well. So he's trying to find it now. Victor looking for his first base hit off it.
High strike, 3-1. And Cueto,
he knows what he's doing.
He realizes he's trying to correct himself in between pitches.
He's pushing up under the ball just like he did with his motion there. Wants to get that downward hill, that downward motion.
Fastball at 93, 3-2. Telling himself to keep that shoulder in.
Very visual display of adjustment going on by Cueto. Talk about the body language. He's telling us right there by watching him.
Martinez helped him out, still 3-2.
Glad to see him staying with his fastball, because that fastball, it's a pitch that he must establish, just like Verlander. But early on, it's important that he lets those hitters know, look, I'm going to hit my spots and get the heater by you. It's the cutter that's been hurting him against righties.
Still 3-2.
You see what the righties have been doing to Johnny Cueto, and it's because his cutter is a pitch that he likes to go to quite often. And it's up, and it's getting raked. It's just spinning.
Into center field. Cabrera will be waved home on Paulo Orlando. A good throw will get him. It is a good throw. And the Royals defense helps out Johnny Cueto. So Paulo Orlando, making just his second start in center field as a big leaguer, has an impact in the bottom of the first.
Ah, loved how he took his time, Paulo Orlando. Made a perfect throw. Nice slide.
Not a great inning for Johnny Cueto, but he's looking for Paulo Orlando to thank him for that throw to gun down Miguel Cabrera and make the Tigers' first inning a one-run first inning.
Paulo does everything right. Picks it up off his left foot, throws off his left foot, but that throw was on the third base side. That's exactly where you want it. Cabrera having some problems with his calf muscle, you know. He probably just didn't want to slide and take a chance on it and take the out.
And Romine fighting that ball to death. Throws out Salvador Perez. And Sal jumping on the first pitch from Verlander. He was a .488 career hitter against Verlander before that pitch, and even his out is well struck. Our Toyota League leaders, comparing some rankings between the Royals and the Tigers. You can compare batting average. Tigers are first, the Royals are second, but once you get to pitching, there is no comparison, and that's been the Tigers' biggest problem this year. Last in the league in overall ERA, last in the league in bullpen ERA. They've had bullpen problems the past few years. And as the Royals learned last year, you can be last in the league in one category, maybe two, and the Royals were last in the league in home runs. They were toward the bottom in runs scored, but if there's one category you cannot be last in the league in, it is ERA.
You got that right. Pitching's 90% of the game.
Alex Rios has an 8-game hitting streak. Off the end of the bat and squibbed out to Kinsler. 2 down. Verlander is trying to get Cueto right back out on the mound. So Verlander has not shown any ill effects of having to stand around for 23 minutes during the light delay. And now he gets his former teammate Omar Infante, who had 7 RBIs last night against the Indians. And he hadn't started a game in 11 days.
Yeah, that's the amazing part of it, because timing is always an issue when you ride the pine for that many days in a row. But you know, just tell you about his hunger and all that rest. His bat is quicker, looking for good fastballs to hit. He got them. And it was the first 3-run home run. That was his first hit of the night. And, man, now when you're running those bases, you're saying, that's right, I'm back. And here comes the confidence. I'm not surprised he went on and, I didn't expect him to drive in 7, but he had a good night. Squared that ball up.
Out toward right center field. Well hit. Gose is there. Martinez is there, and it's Gose. So it's a 7-pitch top of the second inning for Verlander, and he gets Cueto right back out to the mound. KC AT DET Strong fan, you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast, maybe even tonight. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Hashtag KC AT DET Strong fan. Collins pulls the first pitch out to Hosmer. 1 pitch, 1 away. So good start for Johnny Cueto. He had a 24-pitch first inning, and kind of a bad trend for the Royals on this trip. This is game number 8, and in every game the Royals starter has thrown at least 20 pitches in the first inning, and in 5 of the 8 games that pitcher has allowed a run in the first inning. Here's Jeffrey Marte playing at third base, and he takes a strike.
Now you can see where Salvi's setting up. We told you before last inning that Salvi's making adjustments with his glove and his target. But Cueto's throwing high strikes. He's missing for the most part. So you just hope the Tigers' bats miss.
Chopped out to Escobar. 2 down.
There you go.
You know, when hitters go into slumps, it always seems like it begins with the hitter, quote, trying to do too much. Then they realize they're doing something fundamentally wrong. So they go up to the plate, I'm trying to shorten my stride, I'm trying to keep my shoulder in, I'm trying to keep my head still. But it always seems like when a hitter gets out of a slump, they say, you know what I just started doing? I just started going up there and trying to see the ball and hit the ball hard. And I wonder if it's not the same for pitching, that at some point Johnny Cueto is just going to have to say, you know what? I'm not going to think about my shoulder or my stride. I'm just going to try and throw the ball through Salvador Perez.
And I would agree with that because pitching and hitting are very similar. Similar keys. Front shoulders, balance. So, yeah, I mean, you would hope that Johnny can make those adjustments. So far, he's got a good inning going here. Good spot.
Because I noticed when we were doing our opening segment and we were showing highlights of Cueto when he was throwing a shutout against the Tigers, it looked like he was just throwing the ball. I mean, he had a big follow-through where he looks a little restrained. McCann singles off of Moustakas' glove. And you can fit my knowledge of pitching in a thimble, but just watching him in the opening segment compared to now, like he was just letting it go when he was pitching now, and now it's, almost like he feels somewhat contained.
Hopefully
Feel
he'll
that
work.
way?
Yeah, it looks that way too. Now Moustakas 3 or 4 hard steps to his left just off the end of his glove. Wasn't lack of effort, that's for sure. Good try.
This is Andrew Romine. He's been playing at shortstop for the Tigers ever since Jose Iglesias was hit at Kauffman Stadium. You might remember he was trying to bunt, and he got his fingertip caught between the ball and the bat, and he has not played since.
That was a nasty injury. Right on his index finger. Throwing hand.
Another ground ball, backhanded to Escobar. 4-6. Cueto gives up a hit. All 4 balls were hit on the ground, and Cueto has his first scoreless inning. Inning, one of them an infield single and no runs. Scary moment last night. Jimmy Nelson, pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers, taking a line drive off the head. Cardinals scoring a run on the play, but obviously everyone was concerned. Big breaking ball for a strike to Paulo Orlando. In the end, it was a contusion, which is a fancy medical term for a bruise, and it could have been a lot worse. Boy, that reminded me of Alex Cobb and Eric Hosmer a couple of years ago in St. Petersburg. Cobb had to be taken off the field on a stretcher.
Yeah, never want to see those, but it happens.
Paulo Orlando will lead off. Then Alcides Escobar, followed by Alex Gordon. No balls, 2 strikes. No stretcher last night. And a relieved St. Louis Cardinals dugout. A relieved Milwaukee Brewers fan base and Brewers dugout as he was able to walk off on his own, but my goodness.
It's going to hook him. Paulo's never faced Verlander before. Wants to stay in the large part of this field, and believe me, it's large. 420 straight away. See if he can hit one in that gap. Be fun to watch him go.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Paulo has 6 triples, 6 home runs, 12 doubles. He's got some good extra bases in the amount of hits he's gotten this year.
Curveball is popped up. Kinsler moves between Cabrera and Martinez and makes a play in foul territory. Well, if you want to ensure postseason tickets to the American League Divisional Series at Kauffman Stadium, placing a 2016 season ticket deposit will guarantee you the right to purchase tickets to every potential ALDS game at the K. It's a final opportunity for fans that are not currently season ticket members, and the availability will go very fast. Contact the Royals at royals.com or 816-504-4040, option 2. Escobar jumps on a first pitch curveball. He has had a big swing lately. He was just 2 for 14 in the Cleveland series. That's a little better approach. No balls, 2 strikes.
You know, it just seems to me that Escobar doesn't have a game plan when he's up there. He's going up there and looking for pitches, and he's going to just try to turn on them. And that's kind of what it looks like.
Chops it out to Kinsler, who gets a big hop, 2 down. So first time through, the Royals have 1 hit against Justin Verlander. He has struck out 1, and that was Alex Gordon to begin the game. And now Alex comes up. Numbers get a little better second time through, and even better third time through. That's this year. That wasn't normally the case. You could reverse those numbers in Verlander's best years. If you're going to get him, you better get him early, because he seemed to pick up steam as the game went along.
That's because he could add velocity on his fastball. A lot of guys will top out and they'll slowly decrease the miles per hour on their fastball, but he could turn it up, and he's not able to do that as much anymore.
Two and 0 on Alex. Since coming back, Alex Gordon is hitting .319. Overall batting average is a .284. Very high in the air. Kinsler wants it. He's got it, and that's the inning. Verlander's retired the last 7. Tigers lead 1-0. Order online with rapid pickup at delivery.panerabread.com. By Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Jeep, get a great deal on a legendary Jeep brand vehicle at the Jeep Celebration event. Johnny Cueto allowed a 1-out single and then a double to Miguel Cabrera. That scored the Tigers' run. He had a scoreless second inning with all balls hit on the ground. And now he gets Anthony Gose. And a breaking ball's in for a strike to Gose. He grounded out to second base in the first inning. One and one. Good fastball with a little zip at the end there. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we saw when he had that great outing at the K, becoming the first pitcher in Royals history to throw a complete game shutout in his debut. He had life on his fastball. He had some good run, explosive at the end.
Changeup. Gose is down on strikes. And that's Cueto's second.
He liked the hip turn there. That was a good hip turn. He paused. He gave there some pause in there, and then he comes with a changeup. That messed up Gose. So that delivery and that twist, I'm going to see him do more of that.
To borrow one of your words, he needs to get his mojo back.
That's right. And execute. Look at that fastball, cut fastball, changeup, slider, curve. He's got them all. And when he's on, he's hitting all areas of that plate. Kinsler's short, compact swing takes him to right.
Kinsler's 2 for 2. He scored the Tigers' run in the first inning. And now Miguel Cabrera coming up. He drove in Kinsler in the first inning, and before he digs in, let's go to Joel.
Well, you were talking about the struggles of Miguel Cabrera before, and Brad Osmus saying the other day when he had him pinch hit, he'd had a day off. He's human, just like anyone else. Now, Hud, you were talking about Alcides Escobar's struggles coming into tonight. Since August 27th, and that's the last time that Miguel Cabrera homered, Alcides Escobar has an on-base plus slugging percentage, an OPS, that ranks 143rd out of 143 in baseball with at least 60 at-bats. And not far behind him is Miguel Cabrera, who has the 6th worst OPS. Victor Martinez, the 7th worst OPS. Albert Pujols is right behind those guys. So it seems like Miguel Cabrera never struggles, but he is struggling right now among the worst in baseball. And this is a guy, unlike Alcides Escobar, who's in the middle of that lineup. Very rarely have we seen this.
Well, he doubled in a run in the first inning, but it still seems strange to say he was 0 for 20. That just seems impossible that Miguel Cabrera could ever be 0 for 20. He put an end to that. And again, his longest at-bat streak without a hit was 23 back in 2003. That was his rookie year when the Marlins won the World Series, beat the Yankees. Got it in on him. Good pitch by Cueto.
Watching Cabrera closely in their batting practice today, I was sitting with Brian Polberg, Omaha Storm Chasers manager, and I said, Poley, watch him. He won't pull one ball. And he didn't until the last swing he took, and he hit it about 20 rows up in left field.
2-2, 95 with that fastball.
There you go.
Yeah, it's usually an off-speed pitch, a hanging off-speed pitch that he will pull. But most of his hits, it seems like most of his hits on fastballs are to center field, right center field, or like his double in the first inning was up the right field line.
He hits it where he's pitched, and if you continue to pound him in, he'll say, okay, if you're going to stay in there, I'll go ahead and pull you. But you know, you have to make him pull the ball. Most hitters are the opposite. Good
There's
spot.
a good spot.
Yep,
He wanted that.
Wait.
To me, it looks like he's letting it go a little more this inning.
Well, he looks a little bit better as this game's moving on. That play by Paulo Orlando really picked him up the first inning. Paulo getting his 5th outfield assist. Cueto's induced 14 ground ball double plays. Cabrera's hit into 17. We won't hear.
Kinsler is
Ball
that
4.
was ball 4. I think that pitch was pretty close.
It looked like it.
Last 2 pitches of Cabrera were pretty close.
He was out on a throw.
No.
He's off. Salvi, good practice. He got Kinsler.
Coming up a week from tonight, it's Futures Night at Kauffman Stadium. We're going to welcome select Royals minor league players to the K. The event will feature a pregame autograph session with your future Royals. That's on the left field concourse. It's open to all fans. Plus, you'll enjoy the final Buck Night of the season with $1 hot dogs and peanuts presented by Visit KC. That'll be the Royals and the Cleveland Indians. For tickets, go to Royals.com or call 1-800-6-ROYALS. Jam, JD Martinez. Alex Rios is there. 2 down. Martinez is 0 for 2. And now Cueto asks for Salvador Perez to come out for a chat. Come up with a game plan for Victor Martinez. He singled in the first inning. He had been 0 for 16 in his career against Cueto. He singled to center. Third base coach Dave Clark tried to score Miguel Cabrera from second base, and Paulo Orlando threw him out, keeping the score at 1-0 Detroit.
Paulo's best throw of the year, by the way. 5th outfield assist.
High and away, ball 1. More 93s, 94s, and 95s with Cueto's fastball. Not that that's important, but appears that he's cutting it loose a little more than he was in the first 2 innings. Wanted that pitch down. He got it down. And Paulo comes up in center field, and that's the inning. Good to see Cueto smiling as he walks off the mound. Non-stop action, heart-pounding excitement, historic performances. Don't miss the 2015 postseason beginning October 6th. Go to MLB.com/postseason for a full schedule. Mike Moustakas leads off the top of the 4th inning. Curveball drops in for a strike from Justin Verlander. Verlander got Moustakas on a ground ball to short in the 1st. Mike Moustakas has 3 home runs and 12 RBIs on this trip. Foul tip, and it's 0-2.
Moose's head came off of that just a tad.
Verlander's been jumping ahead. He is retired 9 of 10. Kendrys Morales, who is on deck, reached with a single, and that's the Royals' only base runner in the first 3 innings. Curveball struck him out. That's Verlander's second.
Talked about it earlier in the game. That's his best secondary pitch, and he's using it now after setting him up with a fastball.
A reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Tigers will shift here as they did in the first inning, but HUD pointed it out right before Morales' swing that left side was wide open, and Kendry just kind of guided one over there for a single.
Yep, and if he's going to continue to stay away, just take those base hits and maybe a double down that line. Nothing wrong with that. He's done fine without muscling up this year. 17 homers.
And that was a left field swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. That'll be out of play. Nice gathering here tonight. A little more atmosphere in the ballpark. There was very little atmosphere in Cleveland. Royals were there for 4 games. For 3 of the 4, the attendance was 10,000 plus, and for 1 game it was 11,000 plus. And we're doing much, much better than that here tonight. 2-2. And that gets back to the human element of the game. I mean, the Royals have been playing mostly everywhere they go in front of big crowds. I mean, that brings something out of the players. I mean, it was like a library in Cleveland for 4 days.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. They feed off of that energy.
Now McCann and Verlander will discuss this 2-2 pitch to Morales.
Curveball you're going to have to lay off of because he's not hanging those. He's not throwing them for strikes per se. It's got such a big break to it. He's starting up around the letters and finishing in the dirt. Usually a changeup side.
Full count. Hosmer's on deck. Curveball struck him out, and it was not a strike.
Going to have to discipline themselves on that big break. Again, whenever it starts out right there below the numbers, it's going to be down and out of the zone. It starts up the shoulder height. That's when a hitter sees it on the release point. It's going to be hittable. Tried to get Hosmer out with high fastballs last time, and it worked.
Lays off the curve. Hosmer fouled out to the third baseman Marte in the first inning. Two and 0. Right to the shortstop Romine. So Hosmer put the right swing on that pitch, but he lines out. Justin Verlander has now set down the last 10 and 12 of 13 to begin the game. Sunday, September 27th, the Royals will close the series with the Cleveland Indians. All fans in attendance will receive a 2016 early bird schedule and Royals team photo courtesy of Pitcraft Printing. Plus the final family fun day Sunday, and activities will be going on. So bring the whole family out for an afternoon of Royals baseball for the last regular season home game. Tickets at Royals.com or call 1-800-6-ROYALS. Johnny Cueto allowed a run in the first inning. Worked around an infield single in the second. Worked around a single and a walk in the third. And ball one to Tyler Collins to begin the bottom of the fourth inning. You got Collins on a ground ball to first in the second inning. Off the end of the bat, Escobar backs up for a big hop and throws Collins out.
I like how Escobar able to back up on that large hop and then take two short crow hops and get his momentum going on the throw. Got to get some momentum going even with an arm like his. It sure helps to get your body going that way to where you're going to throw it.
One out to Jeffrey Marte. He grounded out to Escobar his first time. Chopped out to Infante. This is starting to look like Johnny Cueto.
Yeah, but ever since he got out of that first inning, and I'm telling you that assist by Paulo Orlando to throw out Cabrera at the plate gave Cueto a little boost. And we've seen it all year long. The miraculous defensive plays that this Royals team makes, how it pumps up the starting pitcher, and that's where the tip of the cap started coming in. That pitcher would say, "Hey, thank you," and then they would tip their hat back, and we're seeing one of the best defenses there is in baseball.
McCann drives it to right field. Rios has room. And that's the inning. A 5-pitch 1-2-3. Bottom of the 4th inning. And now 3 consecutive scoreless innings for Cueto. He is the subject of our AT&T Uverse Rewind. And let's go back to August 4th. And Sal with another big game against Justin Verlander. 3 for 3 with a 2-run home run. He is 5 for 7 this year against Justin Verlander. And when the game started, his career batting average against Verlander was .488. And he grounded out hard to the shortstop Romine.
I like how he was loading up, and that lower half really Flamingo bringing that right knee, that left knee up and loading that lower half and unloading on that fastball. See if he can get one.
So now he's .476 against Verlander. Curveball's in for a strike. Among active hitters who have at least 20 at-bats against Verlander, Salvador Perez has the best batting average, the second best slugging percentage, tied for the most doubles, and has the second most RBIs. Billy Butler has more RBIs than Salvador Perez does against Justin Verlander.
See, Billy hit a big home run last night off the closer, White Sox closer.
Hit well to left center field. That is down for a base hit. Collins picks it off and holds Sal to a leadoff single. And that's just the second hit for the Royals tonight. And puts an end to Verlander's streak. He had set down 10 straight Royals.
Fastball down. Salvi was able to hit it off the end of his bat. And when you own a guy like Salvi, you're going to get hits. You just know you're going to get hits. Coming to the ballpark, you know your average against a guy you know who you've handled.
Rios goes the other way. That ball's hit hard but foul. Rios grounded out to second in the second inning. On the ground to short. They'll get the out at second base. No double play. Tigers say hang on. They want to take another look at it. And after taking another look, Brad Ausmus says no challenge. Rios is at first with one out.
Romine, boy, he got rid of it quickly. The shortstop. Nice feed over there to Kinsler.
Hi, Joel.
Hello, Ryan and Hud, and hello, Omar Infante. Hadn't seen him in a while, and he made up for lost time last night with those 7 RBIs. He's our Honda most trusted player. Interesting that it's only happened 8 times this year in baseball where a player has had 7 or more RBIs, and only 2 teams have had multiple occurrences. The Red Sox, David Ortiz and Jackie Bradley Jr., and the Royals. And the Royals did it in 1 week on one road trip with Mike Moustakas and his 9, and then last night, and that is why Omar is our Honda most trusted player. A career-high 7 RBI on the game for Omar, 3 for 4, and also had a sacrifice. And Ryan, you know now that every day we see Johnny Gomes, what's the first thing he usually does?
He wants to either challenge you with a trivia question or he wants you to challenge him with a trivia question.
He loves it, and in part, he loves baseball history. He's just curious. So he came to me today and he said, I don't know how to look this up, but I wonder how many times someone's had 7 or more RBIs in a Major League Baseball game and also a sacrifice bunt. This is what went through Johnny's mind. So, of course, he thinks of these things. I looked them up.
You know how to find those things.
And he was fascinated by it. It was the 10th occurrence of it ever happening and only the 2nd since 1930. The other came with Ryan Rayburn in Detroit at the White Sox in 07, and then last night. What was most interesting on this fact was that the previous names, Hall of Famer Pie Traynor was on there. I know that you were a big fan of his.
And he was a really good bunter.
In 1930. The only guy that did it twice, Lou Gehrig, both times in 1930, where he went 3 for 5 and had 8 RBIs, and then 3 for 3 and had 8 RBIs,
and
had sacrifice bunts in those games too.
2-2 on Infante. Pie Traynor, in addition to other things, was very skilled at the push bunt. I just made that up.
I was saying, where are you getting that? Holtzy's not even up here tonight.
Thanks, Joel. Infante flied to center in the 2nd inning.
Rios a perfect 8 for 8 in steals this year. Hasn't had a chance to rip one off lately.
I'll tell you what, I've got one for Joel, and I know he can hear us. 3 balls and 2 strikes. How many second basemen in Major League history have had 3 games of 6 RBIs or more? Because Infante, prior to last night, had 2 6 RBI games, 1 for the Royals, 1 against the Royals, and then the 7 runs driven in last night.
Verlander not going to throw Infante a fastball unless he has to. They all know him. They were teammates.
Rios runs, strike 3, stolen base.
That looked like a slider. Infante thought it was down. There's his 9th bag. In scoring position for Paulo Orlando. Look at this. That was funky. Caught the lower part of the zone. McCann double clutched.
Here's Paulo Orlando with a chance to tie the game. Paulo fouled out to Kinsler at second base, and that was his first career at bat against Verlander. Trying to go the other way, 0-1.
Verlander been going to his curve a lot. That's his best secondary pitch. And for a hitter, I told you, if it's going to be a strike, you're going to pick it up around your shoulder height to your neck. And you see it there, you know it's going to be a strike. If it comes out around you, just above your belt, it's going to be in the dirt.
Breaking ball stayed up, fair ball. Paulo Orlando comes through again. My goodness, has he been clutch this year. With 2 down and a runner in scoring position, that's been a Royals specialty all year. Paulo Orlando drives in Alex Rios.
And just clutch on the curve. We were just talking about it. He's able to pick it up. See, it starts up in the shoulder and neck and ends up hittable. It stayed up. That pitch, you can hit it when it's elevated. Let's show you Salvi. First pitch to Salvi. Watch where this release comes out. Neck high. Perfect. Knee high. But when he comes to the waist, starts at the waist, that's the dirt ball. So good job of focusing on that curve by Paulo Orlando.
Let's see if Alcides Escobar can take a nice, easy swing toward right center field. There you go. Right field. Kinsler makes a play. Got him. That saved a run. And it's a tie game thanks to the defensive play by Ian Kinsler. So Escobar had the right idea. But the Royals tie it on Paulo Orlando's 2-out RBI double. Well, we started with a 23-minute light delay. It hasn't affected either starting pitcher as they were in their full warm-up routine. They were warmed up and ready to go, and then a lot of standing around, and both pitchers have allowed just 1 run. Johnny Cueto in the first inning, Justin Verlander in the 5th, and now Ben Zobrist takes over for Omar Infante at second base. Infante struck out looking in his at-bat in the 5th inning, but may have injured something with the swing prior to that. So Zobrist was supposed to get the night off, and there he is in there. Now it's 2-1 from Cueto to Andrew Romine, the Tigers' number 9 hitter. Up the middle and into center field. So a ground ball, base hit. Romine is 1 for 2. Cueto 4+ innings, has allowed 1 run, 6 hits. Justin Verlander 5 innings, has given up 1 run, 3 hits. There's only been 1 combined walk. Verlander has struck out 4. Cueto has struck out 2. One of his strikeouts was against Anthony Gose, who bats here. He's 0 for 2. Fastball for strike 1. Ghost is also grounded out to second base. Very high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Romine at first base has stolen 9, but he has been thrown out 5 times. Two and 1 on Ghost.
Ghost has good speed. He puts the ball in play. He's up to his average. He's around 260. Anything around 270, 280 would be good for him. His first full year of playing every day. They've been impressed with it. Plays a good center field. Good speed. Good first step jumps.
Got him with a fastball up. So a changeup followed by a fastball up. Cueto strikes out his 3rd, and that's the 2nd time he has struck out Ghost. Didn't quite hit his spot, Hud, but he just seems to be pitching with more conviction in the last 2 or 3 innings.
Yeah, he looks more confident. We can see him walking off the mound with Salvi, a little bit more jovial, feeling comfortable with himself. And that's good. The deeper he goes into the game, he's going to continue to feel that way, hopefully. Keep them down.
Ian Kinsler has 2 hits against Cueto. Cueto pitches inside. Kinsler with 1 out in the 1st inning, single to center. Miguel Cabrera doubled him home. And then Kinsler single to right in the 3rd.
Kinsler's grounded into 13. He's due. He's got to get that ball down to do that. That's what Salvi's saying right there. Come on down, back down here. A lot of trips to the mound in the last couple of games.
Remember, you can get closer to the action at Kauffman Stadium with our Royals Memories program. Choose amongst a variety of unique opportunities, including taking a photo on the field, a front row pass to watch batting practice, and more. All experiences are available for purchase each game exclusively through the MLB.com Ballpark app. In the air to right field. Good cutter. Rios makes the play. 2 outs, and Romine goes back to first.
Salvi's doing all he can to try to help his pitchers. He had to go to the mound quite a bit with Duffy, and he had to go to the mound with Ventura last night. 3 or 4 trips. And he's already been to the mound 3 times tonight with Cueto.
We were having some fun last night with the Cleveland Indians announcers. I won't even draw you into this, Hud. I was complaining about some of the pitching changes that were being made by the Indians in a blowout game. And they came right back at me with all the trips to the mound that Salvador Perez made last night. So it ended in a draw.
Yeah. It's amazing the things that we see up here.
At times from our biased perspective. 1-1 on Miguel Cabrera. He has an RBI double that put an end to an 0 for 20. And he has a walk. One and two. Simply threw a fastball by him at 93.
Well, you can see he's trying to stay inside the ball and go to right field, but on certain fastballs, if you can pitch him right there, You can get under the bat.
There's hitting the spot, and it's just outside. And again, Cueto wanted it. Did the same thing an inning ago. Chucks his bubble gum off the field.
That's off.
Pitcher has to be careful with that body language, but it really looked like Cueto was mad at himself, not the home plate umpire, Ryan Blackney. But as we saw last night, it appeared that Yordano Ventura may have upset last night's home plate umpire. That'll be out of play. Got it in on him. Zobrist goes out from second base, and now Cueto has 4 straight scoreless innings. So he's gone 5 tonight. He's given up 1 run, and at the end of 5, we have a 1-1 tie. Royals baseball is brought to you by Thoroughbred Ford. For great deals on new Ford cars and trucks, visit thoroughbredford.com. From the home of Ford, Detroit, Michigan, Alex Gordon, Mike Moustakas, Kendrys Morales, top of the order against Justin Verlander. In our Sonic Slam inning, our contestant is Anthony Spiker from Raytown. If the Royals hit a home run in this inning, Anthony wins $700. If the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Anthony wins $25,000 from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals. Just found out that Omar Infante was removed before the bottom of the 5th inning with a left oblique strain. So he will be reevaluated tomorrow. All those big rips last night.
And he had a couple of swings tonight. But it's hard to tell when you do that. I mean, the hitter knows, but for us to see it, unless it's really painful.
Changeup is high, 3-0. Alex is struck out and popped to second tonight against Verlander. Verlander retired 12 of the first 13. And then the Royals scored a run in the 5th on Paulo Orlando's 2-out double. And now a 4-pitch walk to begin the top of the 6th. And that is number 1, allowed by Verlander.
All right, a little something going here. A walk, a bloop, and a blast. Give Johnny Cueto a little breathing room here.
Mike Moustakas has struck out and grounded out to short. Now Verlander's missed with 5 straight. Now remember, we were talking earlier in the game when Verlander was one of the kings on the mound in the major leagues. The deeper a lineup would get into a game, the more trouble they were in against Verlander. But those days have changed, and it's been reversed now. And the Royals are beginning their 3rd time through, and that's when he's been hit the hardest. Popped up. Romine out into shallow left center field. 1 down.
Well, the bloop didn't exactly get there, but he tried.
Remember to vote for the Royals Player of the Month at rallyhouse.com. You'll be entered to win a majestic prize pack from Rally House. Kendrys Morales. He has gone 8 games without an RBI. And that ties his longest drought of the year. They will continue to stack that right side against Morales. So the left side is still wide open.
This is the last time up, and that's just a 3-2 curve that fooled him. He's going to have to discipline himself. Now we see the infielders are all swung over. You know, they got a little triangle action going over there, but the outfielders are playing to the opposite field. So anything in the air, he's going to go that way with, they think.
There's that same curveball. Now that one stayed up a little more than the strikeout pitch, but it's 0-2. Shallow center field, and Ghost runs up to make the play. 2 down. Tigers defense over the last 2 years has really improved, and when you talk to people with the Tigers, they will admit that they are following what the Royals have done. They have more team speed, better defense. It's not just power pitching and power hitting. And one of the reasons why they went out and they got Anthony Ghost was to improve their outfield defense. And now it's Hosmer with a runner at first. Gordon takes off. He is out. High throw and a quick tag by the shortstop Romine. And Gordon is cut down to end the top of the 6th inning.
Yeah, excellent tag by Romine. Alex almost got it.
MLB on Fox. A doubleheader, Fox and FS1. Coverage begins tomorrow at 11:30 on Fox with the Cardinals and the Cubs. And then at 6 o'clock, it's game 2 of this series. Royals and the Tigers on FS1. And then back on Fox Sports Kansas City on Sunday. J.D. Martinez, Victor Martinez, and Tyler Collins. If you're wondering, and I was, if you're wondering when the last time was that Johnny Cueto had 4 consecutive scoreless innings, you have to go back 6 starts. And that was a start against the Angels when he actually had a streak of 6 consecutive scoreless innings. Not a bad pitch, but it was up. Martinez was jammed, and he drops it out into left field for a base hit. He is 1 for 3. So this is a step in the right direction for Johnny Cueto. He's given up 7 hits, but 6 of the 7 have been singles, and not all have been hard hit.
Yep, and the only extra base was Cabrera back in the first, and they scored their only run.
Victor Martinez with J.D. Martinez at first. That's strike 1. Victor singled in the first inning. He had been 0 for 16 in his career against Cueto, and then Johnny got him to fly to center in the third. To Escobar. No chance for a double play as J.D. Martinez got a good read on that line drive. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th.
And he played perfectly.
Here's Tyler Collins. Just outside with a changeup. Collins taking a peek down at third base coach Dave Clark. Martinez runs. Good pitch for Salvador Perez, and Martinez is out. That looked like it might have been a busted hit and run play.
It almost looked like he was trying a delayed steal because he looked like his feet were in quicksand when he got his break away from first base. Perfect pitch on the outer half for him to clear himself, and got him by a mile.
Well, he took a peek back in, which sometimes can mean he was looking to see if the hitter made contact. Not always.
And it's always possible somebody missed a sign.
Just inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Well, let's see. J.D. Martinez was 3 out of 4 in stolen base attempts. So this late in the season, that would lead me to believe that that was supposed to be a hit and run.
Yep, I agree with you.
Balance between ground out and fly ball outs for Cueto. There's another ground ball. He had Collins off balance, and that's the inning. Leadoff single with the caught stealing. Cueto faces the minimum, and now he has 5 straight scoreless innings. We have a 1-1 tie. Royals baseball is brought to you by AT&T Uverse high-speed internet. The Uverse revolves around you. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT. By your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. There is some rain moving into Detroit. Not expected to arrive for a couple of hours. And we have had outstanding weather. 4 great days in Cleveland. Another pretty day today in Detroit. There was a little bit of rain this morning. Rain overnight into tomorrow morning, but the forecast looks good right now for tomorrow night. Base hit right field. Eric Hosmer is 1 for 3. It's interesting, the final out of the 6th inning, Alex Gordon, who has only attempted 5 stolen bases all year, or had attempted 5 stolen bases all year, he ran with Hosmer at the plate and 2 down in the 6th inning and was thrown out, leaving Hosmer at the plate.
With that dangerous a bat, I'm not so sure that was the right time for him to go, but the good thing is he looks healthy and he's back to 100%, I would say.
Yeah, I was with you. I didn't know if that was the right spot to do that, but it was a nice tester for him. I mean, that's one of those things that you really can't practice, and it's probably something that he didn't do in his minor league rehab at AAA, was really try and air it out and steal a base. And he took the field in the bottom of the 6th inning as he continues to get as close to 100% as he can after that groin strain, which put him out for about 8 weeks.
Verlander being careful with Salvi. Curveball first pitch, just like his last time up.
Salvador Perez was named as a players to watch at DraftKings.com, and he's 1 for 2 so far. Corey Seager, Dodgers rookie shortstop. He is the younger brother of the Mariners' Kyle Seager, one of the best third basemen in the American League. Both Seager boys are in the big leagues. And we'll see Kyle Seager the next homestand. That ball is blasted to left. It is foul, but boy, did he hit it a mile. He just seized the ball out of Justin Verlander's hand.
And it's like he waited on this one. Right down the middle, just out ahead of it. No more of those.
Curveball grounded sharply to Kinsler. He bobbles and gets the out at first base. That had double play written all over it. Instead, Hosmer's at second base with 1 out.
That's a break. Tried to turn it before he got it. Routine. Ball ate him up. Salvi busted it hard down that line.
Kinsler made a great play on Escobar in the 5th inning that saved a run. And now he boots one. That puts the go-ahead run at second base with 1 out for Alex Rios. Rios has good career numbers against Verlander. Pulled foul, and it's 0-1. In the 5th inning, Rios reached on a fielder's choice. He stole second base, and then Paulo Orlando with 2 outs doubled him home. It tied the game. And here we are 1-1 in the top of the 7th inning. Verlander and Cueto. One and one.
Verlander's a pitcher now. He's not a thrower. And I knew he wasn't going to have any trouble adjusting, but it took him a little while to kind of figure out who he was now without that velocity. But with his stuff and his command, and his experience, he could have 15 to 20 games in him again. He could just keep that mental focus where it needs to be. That ball's going to get.
And another thing that will serve him well is that was his 80th pitch, and there's one out in the 7th inning, as opposed to being at 100 pitches or 105. And Brad Ausmus is working on his bullpen. Fewer strikeouts, more contact. He's able to pitch deeper into games.
Yeah, and that high fastball was getting fouled off a lot. Kind of like, we've seen Duffy and guys that throw hard, get a lot of foul offs. So he's making some adjustments.
Curveball is outside, 2-2. Salvador Perez and Alex Rios both have 8-game hitting streaks. And Rios, if you go beyond his 8-game hitting streak, over his last 18 games, he's raised his batting average about 30 points. And now 3-2 with Zobrist on deck. Now Verlander starting to show a little frustration. Hosmer opened the inning with a single and went to second on the ground out by Perez, which should have been a ground ball double play.
Ghost and center field are extremely shallow to the opposite field. He can get something up.
Curveball got him looking. So he got a pitch up, but it wasn't the pitch he was looking for. 5 strikeouts for Verlander. Now 2 down in the 7th inning.
That one's up. That's for sure.
And now Ben Zobrist, who will bat for the first time. Let's go to Joel.
Ryan, you and Hud were talking about that stolen base attempt last inning. We've seen the Royals attempt more stolen bases tonight than they had in the last week, period. And I was talking to Rusty Kuntz about that. How come you're not running more? And he said, look, a lot of it is situation. And you've had guys like Alex Gordon, who maybe he is now healthy enough to start running more, coming back from injury. Ben Zobrist has been leading off or batting second. Not typically a guy that would steal. Some bigger guys are obviously not going to run with him. And some of it is just matchups. And we've heard Rusty talk about this before. Back on that homestand, they faced 6 out of 7 lefties. That's not usually ideal. Baltimore, every one of their pitchers were quick to the plate. The other night, guys like Carrasco, Salazar, Tomlin, very quick to the plate. He said, you can roll the dice and just hope the ball bounces in the dirt, but you're just taking a chance and hoping that you get lucky. They must have seen something there with Gordon that made them feel like they could do that against Verlander.
Zobrist pops it up to right field. It'll carry some, but Martinez is there to make the play. So the Royals get a leadoff single. Verlander helps cover the botched ground ball double play.
Very good sign. Panera takes us around the league. Toronto putting up another big offensive night. Seattle 3-0 over Texas. Maybe they'll be the ones to cool the Rangers down. Houston finally gets going after being swept by the Rangers. They're back at home where they play well. LA and Minnesota postponed. Our Mazda game break. Justin Smoke and Toronto back at home can be dangerous for the opposition, and they are blasting the Red Sox right now 6-1, 2 games behind the Royals for home field advantage. After the game on Boulevard Royals Live, we'll get Jeff Montgomery's thoughts on Johnny Cueto. He will be pontificating, as we like to say, and he really feels, talking to Monty during the game, that Cueto got some of that swagger back in the 3rd inning and started maybe pitching a little less afraid. So we'll get his full analysis here from Ned Yost, perhaps Johnny Cueto, and much more coming up on Boulevard Royals Live.
Well, there's something there we haven't seen in a long time. The rocking chair wind up. And he gets a pop out to 3rd from Jeffrey Marte. So that comes back with some of that swagger, some of that mojo, whatever you want to call it.
That's right. It's working, and he's looking a lot better. The only thing he's missing is a little bit of run support, and they'll get it. Just wonder if he'll be able to stay in long enough. But look at his pitch count. He's really done a nice job after that 1st inning. With his pitch efficiency, he's been keeping the ball down for the most part.
James McCann, the Tiger catcher and number 8 hitter, is 1 for 2.
See Salvi on that one knee. Ed said he'd be doing that. That helps Salvi get a little bit lower, as big as he is, to help Johnny Cueto focus down in the zone. If they thought, in the last 5 starts, Salvi's target was too meaty. He's right up there in the middle. Ooh, great movement there on that change.
And it's interesting, you go pitcher by pitcher. I remember when Gil Mesh signed as a free agent with the Royals, one of the first things that he brought up at his press conference was that he was excited to pitch to John Buck because he liked a big target. And Johnny Cueto likes a small target. He wants that target low, as you pointed out. He also wants that target on the corners. He doesn't want a target anywhere around the middle of the plate.
And one of the things I've noticed, he scrapped his cutter. He's not throwing it.
He's becoming a bit frustrated with Ryan Blackney, the home plate umpire.
He's starting to get that rocking chair working. It's creative, that's for sure, and he almost got a strikeout there. Oh,
changeup.
Oh, that is beautiful. 3-2. McCann knew a fastball was coming, and the bottom dropped right out of it. Perfect location on a semi-quick pitch. Nice to see Johnny Cueto back.
Outside to Romine. Now Cueto was all over the place in the 1st inning, and we were keeping a close eye on Salvador Perez's target. We figured that was going to be a key tonight, and he just nailed the target with that pitch. But since the 1st inning, he hasn't been perfect, but he's been a lot closer to Salvador Perez's glove than he has been in any of his previous 5 starts.
I agree.
And just the one long inning, 24 pitches in the 1st. Looks like he's having fun again out there.
Okay, 2nd pitch here in this at bat to Romine. Perfect spot, just where Salvi's glove was. Excellent. Looks like his changeup is getting better as the game's going on. He's taking less velocity off of it. He's giving it more movement.
Same pitch, 2-2. And now late on a fastball at 94.
So you can believe what you're hearing when he's telling people, I'm healthy, I feel good. Because, you know, that's how hard baseball is. And look, you know, when a guy has such a great track record like Cueto's had, you know, for him to go bad for 5 straight starts, people are going to question his health. But he's scoring 94. We're seeing some 95s. And it's been a mechanical thing that he's trying to work through, and he looks like he's doing it. 1 out away from getting out of the 7th.
He is really fighting that baseball. He didn't like the grip. He went to the back of the mound, put some rosin on both hands, grabbed it again, still didn't like the grip.
Another thing that I've noticed is he's not working as quickly as he used to. Now, sometimes that's not a good thing, but I think it is tonight. He's really concentrating on what he wants to do. So he's not working as quickly as he normally does.
Another good changeup, and it's fouled away. On the ground, Hosmer dives. Cueto's at the bag in time. So we'll see if Cueto goes another inning. He is at 97 pitches. And he has 6 consecutive scoreless innings after giving up a run in the first.
Sweet. Way to get over there.
Verlander only allowing 1 run each through 7. And as promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. We thank you, Chris, with 4 Salvador Perez jerseys. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag KC Data Strong Fan for a chance to have it featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Verlander has given up 1 run, 4 hits. Cueto has given up 1 run, 7 hits. Verlander's at 85 pitches. Cueto is at 97. And it'll be Paulo Orlando, Alcides Escobar, and Alex Gordon.
Verlander just looked at Marte, the third baseman, and said, hey, look, he'll bunt.
Fastball for a strike. Paulo tied the game at 1 with a 2-out double in the 5th inning. Driving in Rios. He is 1 for 2.
That was on the big curve. Now with Marte in, Cabrera in, it makes it easier to slap it by the third baseman or the first baseman. Either one of them.
And Another fastball for a strike. 0-2. One and two on Paulo. Ned Yost is giving Lorenzo Cain back-to-back games off. Lorenzo tweaked his ankle a few games ago in Cleveland. Gerard Dyson played center field last night. Paulo Orlando gets a start tonight, and Paulo has thrown out a runner at the plate tonight. Still alive at 1-2. Both teams have had a run-saving play on defense. Orlando's throw in the first inning, and Kinsler's dive on a ground ball from Escobar in the fifth. And then Verlander picked up Kinsler after he fumbled what could have been a ground ball double play last inning. Fastball at 92. 6 strikeouts for Verlander.
Verlander pitching one of his best games against the Royals this season for sure. And he's out there. He's hitting his spots for the most part. He made a couple mistakes with his curve, but he's got them all working. All the pitches are going nice for him. That slider looks good. Curveball's been big. And he's mixing in some changeups.
Oh, 1 to Escobar. He has grounded out to Kinsler twice. One of those ground balls required a diving play by Kinsler on the outfield grass. If that ball gets by Kinsler in the fifth inning, Paulo Orlando scores, and the Royals have a 2-1 lead. 1-1.
Eske used to attempt a lot of bunt base hits, but we haven't seen him do that at all.
Two and one. .95 with that fastball. 2-2.
And that's another thing that's been working well for Verlander. He's being able to go from 90 to 95, changing speeds on that fastball. And that's a pitch that really gives hitters fits when you change speeds on that fastball.
Johnny Cueto will be coming back out for the bottom of the 8th inning. Breaking ball stayed up and just flicked foul. Careful. Got some Cleveland fans here tonight. Full contact foul ball pursuit. Off-speed breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts, and now 7 for Verlander in 7 2/3.
Yeah, Escobar was obviously looking for something else, and that was a perfectly located curve.
And now Alex 0 for 2 with a walk. And the 2 at-bats give him 81 career against Verlander. Out in front of a changeup. So I was curious, and I asked Dave Holtzman to look it up. Billy Butler has the most at-bats against Verlander as a Royal, 84. And I wondered what Royal has the most at-bats against any pitcher. George Brett had 110 at-bats against Bert Blyleven.
That's amazing. Wow.
Now, it's easier today to pile up those at-bats with the unbalanced schedule. I mean, you could face one pitcher 6 times in a year if the schedule lines up. But in the case of George and Blyleven, those are two guys that were mostly in the same league. Blyleven played some with the Pirates, but those were two guys who had long careers in the same league.
You know,
do you remember who you faced the most in your career?
No. I couldn't tell you that.
Here's pitch number 100. That's a fair ball. Cabrera to Verlander. Well, we know the answer. You faced Bobby Ojeda 31 times.
Wow. I bet he owed me.
For the Tigers, the most popular way to follow the Royals' push to the postseason is with MLB.com At Bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat brings you baseball wherever you are with live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, StatCast, live radio broadcasts, the MLB.TV Game of the Day, and more. Mazda Game Break takes us to Minute Maid Park. Chris Carter against his former team hits a home run, and that was in the 2nd inning and gave the Astros a 2-0 lead, and now they lead Oakland 3-2. Anthony Gose takes outside. The Astros have lost 4 straight and find themselves 2.5 games back of Texas. Texas is losing at home to Seattle 3-0. It's pulled foul. And the Astros have been 2 completely different teams when you're talking home and road. Great at home, bad on the road. And the game tonight for Houston is the first of 9 straight at home, which will include 3 games against Texas. 1-2 on Gose.
This could be a huge homestand for Houston.
They were just swept by the Rangers, which pushed them out of first place, put them 2.5 games back. The Angels are hanging in there. They were postponed tonight. A rain out in Minneapolis. Twins and the Angels will play a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. Gose is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. 102 pitches for Johnny Cueto. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gose, Kinsler, Cabrera. full count.
A couple of pitches out of the 6 that Cueto possesses we haven't seen. We haven't seen too many of his curveballs and hardly any cutters at all. So he's eliminated those 2 pitches for the most part. A lot of changeups, fastballs.
Here's a little cutter. And that's all Ghost could do with it.
Yeah, and that was located properly. The cutter was hurting him more on right-handers than it was on lefties. It's a good pitch in on lefties. What a nice sight, though, to see Johnny Cueto in the 8th inning.
Line left center field. And Paulo Orlando will cut it off deep, but with Ghost's speed, he'll end up at second base with a leadoff double. And now Ned Yost. We need somebody who can come in and get some strikeouts with Kinsler, Cabrera, and JD Martinez coming up. He has Wade Davis ready to go. Cueto's thrown 105 pitches. And it will be Wade Davis. But a huge step in the right direction tonight for Johnny Cueto, who gives thanks. Royals fan base gives thanks as he comes out so far giving up just 1 run in 7+ innings.
Yeah, great job. And Paulo Orlando, he did an excellent job of cutting that ball off before it got to Tripleville.
Wade Davis will be a Chevy call to the bullpen. Nobody out in the 8th inning, but all in all, a good night for him. Here are the sprint cuts of the game.
Yeah, so great to see him get through that first inning and with only 1 run, and then he settled down. He had over 20 pitches, but now he's able to execute his good pitches. We saw some of the hit and turns. We saw the rocket chair, the quick pitch, but he was hitting his spots for the most part. And a nice job by Salvi giving him that low target tonight. Really good focus there. And it's great to see Cueto back. Changeup was a really good pitch, especially later in the game. He was really locating.
And here's Wade Davis with the go-ahead run at second base and nobody out. Kinsler, Cabrera, JD Martinez coming up. Wade Davis comes on with 13 consecutive scoreless outings. And Kinsler almost took one off the helmet.
Good thing he wasn't square in the bunt. seen Wade Davis miss like this. Man, that's dangerous.
Remember when the Tigers were at Kauffman Stadium during the last homestand, Yordano Ventura hit Ian Kinsler and put a fastball right on the S of the Kinsler on his back. Right field, Rios coming up, and he has to play it on a bounce. First and third, nobody out.
That'll be extremely difficult for Davis to get out of this one. That fastball there right after the dome pitch was right down the middle. We've seen Rios being replaced late innings by Paulo Orlando, but you know he's got Gerard Dyson out there too, but he's staying with Rios.
And now Davis and Miguel Cabrera. Good numbers, couple of home runs, infield in. Fouled back, fastball at 93.
You really want to tie him up inside if you can. He's looking away on everything, Cabrera. He doesn't miss them if they're out over the plate. That's to hit it to right center.
Fastball down and away. Tigers are 2 for 5 tonight with runners in scoring position. On the year, they're hitting .267. One and two.
Good cutter. He'll go with his cut fastball, 90 to 94 you saw there, but he'll top out at 96, 97. Big overhand curve. Runners on third base, less than 2 outs. Cabrera's got the job done 52% of the time.
So he's basically average, which is surprising.
It is. He's not averaging anything when it comes to a bat in his hand. Except for a high average. But maybe Davis can get the job done. If you're going to throw him that curveball, make sure it's down, because he'll adjust with 2 strikes on the curve.
Kinsler made a little move towards second base, and that got Davis's attention. Will make the play. He'll play it to second base. The Tigers take the lead. Cabrera has driven in both runs. It is 2-1 Detroit in the bottom of the 8th. That run charged to Cueto. He gives up 2 runs in 7 innings. That is the first time all year that Wade Davis has inherited a run and that runner has turned into a run. This is game number 147.
Incredible. But Cabrera wasn't going to miss that one. It was just too much of the plate.
Down and away to J.D. Martinez. He was 1 for 3 tonight against Cueto. 1-1. Ned Yost elected to allow Johnny Cueto to begin the bottom of the 8th inning. Cueto had strung together 6 consecutive scoreless innings and was really on a roll. And not that we are judge and jury, but you and I looked at each other when we realized Cueto was coming back out, and we both nodded in agreement. You know, he's feeling good. Let him keep going.
Yeah, I agree with Ned. 3-2 pitch, he just left up to Ghost. He left it up there and he hit a double.
Close, but Kinsler's back in time. Two and two. There's Jose Iglesias, Tigers shortstop. We were telling you about him earlier tonight. He suffered a small fracture on his fingertip of his right hand when the Tigers were at Kansas City. That was on a bunt attempt. Just inside, 3-2.
Strike out J.D. Martinez. He's struck out 161 times. So if Kinsler tries to go, they'd have a strike him out, throw him out, double play situation.
And the throw gets away. And there is a pasture of foul ground in this ballpark. Kinsler goes to third.
Oh man, you know Kinsler almost gave up going back to first. If Haas catches it, they had him out. See, Kinsler was even thinking about going, and Haas just lost it. He lost it because it was right at Kinsler's shoulder.
So the Royals are forced to bring the infield back in.
Looking for the strikeout.
Instead, ball 4.
To give up your first inherited runner on September 18th in a full season is almost unheard of. Well, Wade Davis certainly going to give him a pass. And he's out there competing. He's giving it his all. But he still has a chance to keep his team in it with just 3 more outs to work with on their offense.
Curveball down and into Victor Martinez. Kinsler's at third. Martinez is at first. 1 down. The Tigers have scored in the 8th inning. They take a 2-1 lead. We've been tied at 1 since the 5th. Blocked by Salvi. 2-0.
Davis has induced 4 ground ball double plays. That would be premium if he could pull that off. Victor's ground into 16. Fastball down and away. See if he tries to pull it. Or cutter in on his hands.
High fastball. Martinez had a big rip, 2-1.
And that's what he wanted. He's looking up there. Get another sac fly in the inning if he could.
And now 3 balls, 1 strike. Tyler Collins is on deck. And now Luke Hochevar throws in the Royals bullpen. Davis has thrown 16 pitches since coming on with Gose at second base and nobody out. Gose went to third on a base hit by Kinsler and scored on a sacrifice fly by Miguel Cabrera. Grounded foul, 3-2. Blaine Hardy warms up for the Tigers as this has become a long inning. So Justin Verlander, deep into his outing, has had to sit around for a long time. And that may affect whether Brad Ausmus sends him back out for the 9th. Martinez runs. Victor Martinez hits it in the air to right field. Rios trying to get behind it. Kinsler tags. Rios to the plate. Too late, and Detroit has 2 in the 8th. So 1 run charged to Cueto, 1 run is charged to Davis.
Davis's command is not what he's used to having. We don't see him throw fastballs up in the zone like that. He's always on his corners. He's hitting his spots. But tonight he's been up and he's missing, and it's unfortunate at the wrong time.
This is Tyler Collins with J.D. Martinez at first base and 2 down. Way outside for ball 1. Had a play, 1 ball, 1 strike. Johnny Cueto started the inning and allowed a double to Anthony Gose. He goes 7 innings tonight and gives up 2 runs. 2-1 on Collins. Three and 1 on Collins. There's Verlander. Still looks like he's going to be coming out. And what the Royals can hope for, if he does with this long inning, that has somehow disrupted any rhythm that he had tonight. Fouled away by Collins, 3-2.
Well, if he does come out, in his last couple innings, he's been going with a lot of his off-speed pitches. He's not going to be challenging any Royals with fastballs, that's for sure. The Royals will have the top of the order up there, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th hitters.
Runner goes, and ball 4, and Davis has walked 2 in the inning. And now we'll get a visit from Dave Island, Royals pitching coach. Tigers scored a run in the first inning, and then Johnny Cueto strung together 6 straight scoreless innings. Cueto was allowed to start the 8th. He gave up a double to Gose. And then Ned Yost went to Wade Davis, who allowed a base hit to Kinsler. And then Davis tried to pick off Kinsler at first base, and with his throwing error, Kinsler went to third. Miguel Cabrera hit a sac fly. That got Gose to the plate. Or Gose scored on the sac fly, then the error, and Kinsler went to third, and he scored on the sacrifice fly by Victor Martinez. And now 2 on for Jeffrey Marte. And again, a fastball up, 1 ball and no strikes. Marte is 0 for 3.
It is a rare time whenever you see Davis struggle. I mean, it's very rare. And that's really a compliment to him and how he's able to repeat his mechanics and execute his pitches as well as he does so often.
That'll drop into the 5th row. It's only the 2nd time in Davis's last 20 appearances that he has come on in the middle of an inning. Usually he gets a clean top or bottom of the 8th inning, and it's only the 5th time all year that he's come on in the middle of an inning. Two and 1 with 2 out. And now 3 balls and 1 strike. Backing out of play, 3 and 2. Now the runners will be going. Martinez is at second base. Collins is at first. They have both reached with walks. The Royals in the 9th inning have Moustakas, Morales, Hosmer. If anybody gets on, Perez. There go the runners. And a fly ball to right field. That'll be handled by Rios, and that's the inning. Tigers get 2 off of Cueto and Davis. Verlander will come out. Last call for the Royals. Moustakas, Morales, and Hosmer. Started. The Tigers have scored 3 runs. He has driven in 2. Our Jeep drives of the game In the first inning, he snapped the 0 for 20 with this double. That scored Ian Kinsler. And then against Wade Davis in the 8th, Cabrera hit a line drive to right field for a sacrifice fly. That scored Gose to give the Tigers a 2-1 lead, and the Tigers would add one more. Josh Wilson takes over at third base for Jeffrey Marte. And Justin Verlander stays on. Here's Mike Moustakas, 0 for 3, and a curveball hangs high.
Verlander going with a lot of his off-speed pitches the last couple innings. See if they can get into that pin, get him out.
The curveball's in for a strike. Moustakas has grounded to short, struck out, and popped to short. Alex Wilson joins Blaine Hardy in the Tiger bullpen. Two balls and one strike.
Whenever situations like this occur, Ned Yost has two of the best weapons you can have, a manager can have, and as far as speed goes, with Dyson and Gore. And he's got Johnny Gomes if they bring Hardy in.
Close. 3 balls, 1 strike. 104 pitches for Verlander.
But I'm not so sure who Johnny Gomes would hit for, especially where they are now in the meat of their order.
Line to right field and caught by J.D. Martinez. And you can't hit it any harder.
Too bad. Man, he gets under that, and that ball's out of here. Oh, he was right on it.
Kendrys Morales had a first inning single. And the Tigers are doing everything they can to protect the right side against Morales. The third baseman Wilson not only moves over to the right side, he is way out in right field. Morales' base hit tonight was to left field, beating the defense. 1 ball, 1 strike. Plenty of room out there for a center fielder, and Anthony Gose is there to make the catch. 2 down. Well, this has been a thoroughly disappointing year for the Tigers. After winning 4 consecutive division titles, they were hoping for a lot more, and here they are in last place in the Central. And in looking at reasons for hope next year, Justin Verlander is right in the middle of that. He did not pitch until June the 13th, starting the season on the disabled list with a tricep strain. It's 0-2 on Hosmer. And even 8 starts into his season, Verlander's ERA was 5.57, but he's gotten better, significantly better since then. And he's 1 strike away from a complete game. This is pitch number 111. And Hosmer hits it a mile but foul. His season high is 117 pitches. And that was his second start of the year back on June the 19th.
Well, can't take anything away from him. He really used all of his pitches tonight, and he's excellent with his location, especially that big curve.
Hosmer was tempted. An appeal, no swing. Lance Barksdale's the third base umpire. And the Royals need a base runner for a chance. And the man on deck is key because he is one of the best, if not the best, of any hitter against Justin Verlander. Love to get him to the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And you wonder what Brad Ausmus would do with this many pitches, with the tying run at the plate. If Perez gets up there, does he stick with Verlander or does he go to the bullpen?
That'd be interesting to see. Haas has got to get on base.
And we're going to find out. Eric Hosmer has his second hit, and the tying run comes to the plate.
Yeah, he's got to go get him.
And Brad Ausmus, did you notice that? He made the call about 4 steps out of the dugout. The crowd doesn't like it. But Brad Ausmus knows Justin Verlander too well. He was not going to get to the mound and allow Verlander to try and make his case to stay in. And it is a mixture of cheers for Verlander and boos for Brad Ausmus. Look at how quickly he makes the call. As soon as somebody would look at him, he didn't even get to the grass. Royals have a chance. Alex Wilson sprints in from the left field bullpen. Earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Paulo Orlando really picked up Johnny Cueto here. That would have been the second run scored, but perfectly thrown. Great placement on the third base side of the plate, and then he comes up with a double. Beautiful stroke right down the line. Snuck it by Marte, the third baseman, knocked in a run. And that's all the Royals have so far tonight, but we got a little action, a little drama building here. Alex Wilson is a sinker slider guy, not overpowering. He's looking for a little ground ball. So he wants to lift him, get him up, see him up.
Fastball strike. Interesting, this is Justin Verlander angry at his own fans as they were booing Brad Ausmus as Ausmus was walking off the field. I don't know if I've seen that before. That was Verlander's answer to the crowd booing Ausmus for taking Verlander out. Fly ball! Deep left center field. Does it have enough? It does! Salvador Perez. Brad Ausmus took Justin Verlander out because Salvador Perez owns him. And Salvi still goes deep. And the Royals have tied it. down to a knee on a 9 count. Salvador Perez saves the Royals with a 2-out, 2-run home run.
Whoa. Oh, didn't see that coming, but Salvi did. Looking for something up in the zone. He got strike one on him, and he came back and made an even better pitch for Salvi. Right down the middle. There was no sink to that except it sunk out over the left center field wall. That is clutch. Royals got life.
And with that home run, Salvador Perez has tied a Royals record. 20 home runs hit by a catcher. That ties Mike McFarland back in 1993. And 8 of those 20 home runs have come in the 7th inning or later.
Whoa, what a clutch 20th home run that was.
Man, you talk about a bolt out of the black Detroit sky, man. And it was Eric Hosmer down in the count. He was down 0-2 at one point. Got the count to 2-2 against Verlander. A little crackbat base hit to right field just to give the Royals a chance. And Salvador Perez hits his 20th. One and 2 to Rios.
Oh, that takes Johnny Cueto off the hook and Wade Davis too. Oh, man. You know, where was the slider? You know, he was ahead. Wilson was ahead of Salvi. 0-1, and he threw that one even better for Salvi, right down the middle. Now Rios, he's pitching him pretty tough.
No swing, 2-2. McCann, the catcher, tried to sell it by taking off for the third base dugout. There it is, Salvador Perez and Mike McFarland. Cabrera runs to the tarp, but it's out of play. Rios having a battle with Wilson. Alex is 1 for 2 against this pitcher with a double, and he might have a long hitting streak on the line right here. He's 0 for 3 so far with an 8-game hitting streak. Kelvin Herrera. If the game remains tied in the bottom of the 9th, Greg Holland if the Royals take the lead. Another foul ball. And Rios, for a lot of his struggles this year, hit a lot of chopping ground balls foul to the third base side. Trying to hook everything, and now swinging the bat a lot better. He's still getting his share of hits to left field, but here it appears he's trying to stay back and drive it to right against Wilson.
Just get on base again for Zobrist.
And pulled just foul.
He's working both sides of the line foul, anything in between. Verlander had a great outing.
Base hit left field. And the go-ahead run is on with 2 down.
Rios keeping that streak alive. That was a nice at-bat. He battled. He fought. He waited till Wilson gave him the cookie, and sure enough, here comes Gerard Dyson. And Zobrist, 8 of his 12 home runs this season have tied the game or given his team the lead. See if he can hit the clutch just like the previous 3 hitters have.
And Alex Rios getting some high fives, has a 9-game hitting streak. And we might be a pitch or so away from the go-ahead run being in scoring position if Dyson can get a good jump against Wilson.
How about Zobrist just hits a homer, gives him a little bit of breathing room. He can do it. He's told you how clutch his home runs have been. Short porch here. Good home run park for a left-handed hitter. 330 down the right field line. 365 in the alley. Very reachable. He almost got one earlier in the game. He skied one up to the warning track. And it looked like a fly ball, but that ball carried so well here, it almost went out.
Dyson out to a big lead. Not running. And Zobrist takes a little bit low, ball one.
We talked about the catcher. McCann has a very good throwing technique, glove to hand. Over 30% of base stealers he's thrown out. But, you know, if Dyson gets a good jump, he'll have to put it right on the bag to get it. Cabrera, being a right-handed first baseman, doesn't have the quickness a lefty does with his glove right there on the back side. He's got to catch it and reach across his body. One of the reasons why you see a lot of left-handed first basemen.
Cabrera always having fun. Trying a hidden ball trick there, but he really didn't sell it very well.
No, and that's up to Rusty Kuntz to let Dyson know, hey, he's still got the ball.
Dyson has a little bigger lead, and Wilson almost threw it away. And we just saw last half inning, if the ball gets by the first baseman in this ballpark, chances are very good, especially if you're Gerard Dyson, to advance 2 bases.
Chances are pretty good. Zobrist's going to get a fastball.
Just over the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Wilson wants to get that ball home as quick as possible, and the fastball's the pitch to do that on.
Not running. Delayed steal. Dyson is out. But damage done. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning thanks to Eric Hosmer and Salvador Perez.
I'll try to stay on my seat next time. Gerard Dyson out in center field. Came in to pinch run for Rios. And let's see. Tried to delay steal, and it didn't work. As James McCann was waiting for him to go, and he just stood up and threw a nice ball over the outside part of that plate, or of the bag, and got him.
You've talked about the delayed steal before. Was there a missing crow hop?
There was. He didn't give 3 good crow hops. He didn't sell it good enough. Because the shortstop, Romine, was way back, and he fooled Romine. But what you want to fool, who you want to fool, is the catcher. Okay, 1, 2. See, it
wasn't even 2 full crow hops.
No, so he didn't delay long enough. You have to delay long enough and make it appear to the catcher you're not going. 3 good crow hops. Without a quick burst to start, the catcher's not going to think you're going. So you have to sell that.
Kelvin Herrera gets a strike against McCann because it's that third crow hop that causes the catcher in the middle infield to just delay long enough, right? But if it's before the third crow hop, they're still alert.
Right, they're still watching. And that by the third one, the catcher sometimes will put his head down, and so will the infielder. And especially from a speed guy like Gerard, who they're expecting a straight steal on. And Dyson's successful straight stealing. I'm surprised he didn't go earlier in the at-bat. But anyway, we'll move past that now. It's up to Herrera with his fastball, changeup, slider combination. Get those Royals right back in that dugout.
Herrera hits the target, 99. Down and away to James McCann. Tigers had just scored 2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Royals get 2 in the top of the 9th to tie it. Kelvin Herrera, by the way, made his big league debut against the Tigers. And on his first major league pitch, he hit Ryan Rayburn. Changeup strikes out McCann. 1 down to the bottom of the 9th.
Beauty. You know, as good as Cueto pitched, Wade Davis wasn't on his game. You know, it's so nice that Salvi picked him up. Oh, you know, with that big home run, that erases a lot of that. But that's just one teammate picking up another in a big way. We haven't seen that all year on the road.
It's interesting, too. Salvi's using the same approach for Herrera as he was with Cueto. Going down to a knee, using a lower target. Oh, and 2.
Yeah, it's working. I like the fact that they've been working on that with Salvi. I mean, here we are, you know, September 18th, and Salvi making adjustments. Guys are still continuing to make adjustments. That's what you do in this game. He wants it on the ground.
1 and 2. Salvi bouncing around back of the plate, and you figure he's still on the adrenaline rush of hitting the game-tying home run in the 9th inning. Down to a knee. A swing. Yes. Romine down on strikes, and that's 2 strikeouts for Herrera in the bottom of the 9th. And now Anthony Gose, he got the 2-run 8th started with a double against Cueto, and that ended up being Cueto's last batter. Outside with a fastball. The Royals, if we get to the 10th inning, we'll have Zobrist. He was at the plate when Dyson was caught stealing. Then Orlando, and then Escobar. Changeup. He's got a good one tonight. 1-1 on Gose.
Sure is. When you're a hitter facing Herrera, you know exactly what you're getting. And that's that hard 99 to 100 mile an hour fastball. So you're gearing up for that. And then when he pulls the string, it messes everything up.
Two and one. The Tigers got one in the first. The Royals got one in the fifth. And then nobody scored until Detroit got two in the eighth. 1-run charge to Cueto, 1-run charge to Davis. And with 2 outs and nobody on in the ninth inning, Eric Hosmer singled. And Salvador Perez hit a 2-run home run. 3-1 on Ghosts. And then Alex Rios singled. Gerard Dyson ran for him, and Dyson was caught stealing 2 in the inning. If Ghost gets on, Ian Kinsler is on deck. And Ghost does get on. Kinsler's had a big night. He has 3 hits. He has scored 2 runs. And he has also saved a run on defense. And Kinsler, when it comes to multi-hit games, he is the best in the American League. That is his 57th multi-hit game. In fact, it's the best in the major leagues.
And he loves that fastball. So be careful with the location with it. Ghost has good stealing ability. But with Kinsler and Cabrera to follow, I don't know if Ghost is going to take a chance on making it out at second base. As spacious as this ballpark is, and Dyson's playing deep in center field, any gapper can score Ghost easily from first base. So I don't think there's an urgency to steal a bag right here.
But keep him close just in case.
Yeah, I mean, but I wouldn't see him going, but we'll see.
Thought about a throw down to first. 1 ball, 1 strike. On the topic of magic numbers, the Royals' magic number is 6 to win the division. Minnesota was rained out. They'll play a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. Their magic number for home field advantage in the American League playoffs is at 15. Toronto has 1 tonight. They beat Boston. Just off of Escobar's glove, and Ghost will go to third. Kinsler rounded the bag and went about halfway to second, but there was nobody at first. Escobar may have been on his way back down when it hit his glove.
Yeah, it looked like it fooled him. Jumped just a little bit too soon and just off the end of his glove.
So the Royals need a win tonight to remain 2 games ahead of Toronto for the best record in the American League. Kelvin has done well against Miguel Cabrera. In fact, I remember earlier this year, there was a long duel between Herrera and Cabrera. Herrera struck him out. Remember, Miguel Cabrera kind of tipped his helmet. Now Ned Yost is going to come out, and they're going to talk here probably about whether they want to pitch to Cabrera or walk him and load the bases and go after J.D. Martinez with a chance at a force at any base.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. They know home plate umpire Ryan Blackney, he was out there trying to break up the scrum until Ned got there. Once Ned got there, Blackney, he backed off and said, okay, all right, let me stay out of this one here. Talking a little strategy.
And let's see what the Royals are going to do. They are going to pitch to Miguel Cabrera.
Yep, and you just let Kinsler take the bag. Let him have it.
Not running. Fastball swung on and missed.
Then, probably staying home, figuring if he does steal, they would have an option to intentionally pass Cabrera and face J.D. Martinez. I like this. Herrera, great confrontation here. One of the best relievers in baseball as far as velocity goes, facing one of the best hitters.
1 ball, 1 strike. Cabrera has driven in 2 with a double in the first inning. And then he put the Tigers in front 2-1 with a sac fly in the 8th. The Tigers ended up getting 2 for a 3-1 lead, and then the Royals got 2 in the top of the 9th. Tied him up. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And that's a great pitch against Cabrera because it's boring in. Cabrera loves it middle away, and he hits that ball to right field. So he's having a hard time getting around on that inside pitch. Stay with that heater in there. That's a great spot on him.
Fouled back. Here's the last time that they matched up with the game on the line. Kauffman Stadium. Fastball struck him out after a long battle. And Cabrera acknowledged the duel. Herrera tipped his cap. Cabrera kind of nodded at him. And now Miguel Cabrera gets another shot.
And that was a similar pitch that he struck him out on right there. He just got a piece of it.
And look at how loose that he stays in a situation like this. Now there's a lot more on the line for the Royals here than the Tigers, but that's Miguel Cabrera still smiling and having a good time.
Slowing everything down. See if Cabrera can execute a changeup on him here. Down.
Stayed up, and luckily Cabrera was way out in front.
I'd like to see him come in there with that hard boring fastball that runs in on him and down. They're going to talk about it.
Fouled away again. Fastball up at 98.
This is so similar to that time at the K.
Two and two. The Royals, in getting 2 in the top half of this inning, started with 2 outs and nobody on. And now the Tigers in this half have started with 2 outs and nobody on. Herrera struck out McCann and Romine. Ghost walked, Kinsler singled. 3 and 2.
Tried a rare slider.
that his way of saying, go ahead, throw me that pitch again?
No, blow him away. Look at Salvi looking at him. He's looking at Cabrera.
Herrera wants to throw a fastball. He shook off a change. Popped up. Ben Zobrist, inning over. And Herrera gets Cabrera again. And they exchange some friendly words. We go to the 10th in a 3-3 tie. Long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. It has been a wild one tonight. Tonight's copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Salvador Perez with a nice little bat flip after he tied the game with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Ryan Lefevre, Rex Hudler with Joel Goldberg, Jeff Montgomery, producer Joe Lavero, director Steve Kurtenbach, associate producers Al Broughton, Sam Abramson, Dave Holtzman, and the producer of Royals Live is Brian Shapiro. This is Neftali Feliz with the big ERA to get Zobrist, Orlando, and Escobar in the 10th inning.
Set that table up.
Popped up. Zobrist was looking for a first pitch fastball. He got it. And it's Ghost coming in from center field to make the play. Well, he had a plan. He knew what he was looking for. Royals have had a very good extra inning record, both home and on the road. The Tigers have a losing record past the 9th inning. 1 out to Paulo Orlando. He tied the game in the 5th inning with a 2-out double that scored Alex Rios. He is 1 for 3. The fastball at 94 is in for a strike.
And it's straight. Curveball to change. Or secondary pitches.
Didn't mean to. 0-2. One ball and 2 strikes. Talked about how Paulo Orlando has been such a clutch hitter. He has 6 home runs this year, and 4 of those 6 have come in the 7th inning or later. 2-2. Phillies has allowed 5 home runs in 41 innings this year. And that slider gave Paulo a tough time. 2 down. Alcides Escobar is 0 for 3. Lost a hit on the biggest defensive play of the game back in the 5th inning. Had a ground ball that was headed for right field with Paulo Orlando at second base, and Ian Kinsler made a diving play and threw him out. Now that slider's giving Escobar a bad time. Escobar has 7 career plate appearances against Phillies, and he has reached 5 times. Lays off the slider. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Like any struggling hitter, tries to pull the ball. The only way he's going to get out of that is if he starts waiting and shooting some balls to right field and getting some base hits. That always is the remedy to get you out of it. Once in a while you can get a pitch in, but Feliz is not using that fastball. He knows that the Royals love that pitch, so the Cans, they're going to get a fastball here.
1-2. Escobar can get on. Alex Gordon is on deck. He gets on. Not the way he had planned, but he's on. And now he's had 8 plate appearances against Phillies and reached 6 times, but he doesn't want to talk about that right now.
No, and you know, it might have got him on his elbow pad. You hope. Takes a little sting off of it. Tried to come in, got him right on the pad. That's why they wear it there.
And Eske is still hurting over at first base. Alex tonight is 0 for 3 with a walk. He is 1 for 3 against Phillies, and that 1 hit is a home run.
Oh, wouldn't that be a beautiful thing?
Good swing at a fastball, 0-1. Escobar, his arm is still throbbing as he leads off at first base. He doesn't look like he's interested at all in trying a steal. This be a good spot to steal, or is this kind of fall into the category of Gordon stealing in the 6th inning with Hosmer at the plate?
Yeah, I'm not going to steal him, especially the lack of confidence that he's shown on the bases of stealing this year.
Collins in left field, and that's the inning. So we head to the bottom of the 10th. The Tigers have J.D. Martinez, Victor Martinez, and Tyler Collins. Top of the 10th came to an end, and the Royals decided to take him out. So Christian Colon is now at shortstop, and Ryan Madsen is on the mound. Madsen had 2 big innings for the Royals in Cleveland. In one inning, he came on with 2 on and 1 out and got a couple of strikeouts. And then had a clean and scoreless inning in his second outing against the Indians, giving up just 1 hit. And here in the bottom of the 10th inning, he'll get J.D. Martinez, Victor Martinez, and Tyler Collins.
Well, Ryan Madsen's having some difficulty with his landing foot on the mound. And so he's asking Gary Cederstrom to come out and take a look at it, see if maybe they can get a little attention.
Salvador Perez trying to do a little groundskeeping to help him out. Tomorrow, MLB on Fox returns as the Cardinals take on the Cubs, and then it's the Royals and the Tigers. Coverage begins at 11:30 a.m. on Fox, and at 6 p.m. on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Pitching matchup tomorrow, Edinson Volquez for the Royals, Matt Boyd with an ERA over 8 will start the game for the Tigers. It'll be Aaron Goldsmith and Tom Verducci calling the game tomorrow. It appears they're just waiting on the Tigers grounds crew, which is nowhere to be found. Wow.
Trevor Vance doesn't let that happen. He's got guys ready coming right out of there. What, are they going to drive a golf cart out here?
I don't know.
They opened the gate like to let them in. Look like they need a tamper, maybe, you know, a little something they could knock it down or get a shovel or something.
I don't know. I hope they don't trip over the cord that keeps the lights on in right field.
It's like they're waiting for something to come out of the gate, and just some more delay in the action. You know, if you don't have a proper landing foot, you're not comfortable with it. You know, I don't blame him. That's, you know, he threw 4 or 5 warm-up pitches and called the home plate umpire over and said, "Hey, look, this is not comfortable here."
Really?
I mean, guy looks like he.
I mean, do they need all of that? I mean, it's just the guy in the pink is all they need, right? With the tam
right,
and the bucket.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is the Model T wheelbarrow. And look at all the fans who have just gotten up and decided to leave. It has started to drizzle, and rain was supposed to arrive at about 11 o'clock, and it's 10:57 Eastern time. Did I blink my eyes and wake up in St. Louis?
No, but
I mean, do we need Alex Gordon to get the wheelbarrow out to the pitcher's mound?
Yeah, there's just not a sense of urgency at all. Now, there's the head groundskeeper.
Well, okay, I'm wrong. I guess they did need all those tools. First the rake. Then the broom to really get deep in there.
That's clay. So there's just a little light dust on top. But that's a good foundation. I'm going to put some more clay on that hole. Put a little water there. Yeah.
Okay. Very nice.
Hold it.
And now it's raining pretty good. Well, to give the Tiger grounds crew the benefit of the doubt, they may have been studying the weather and seeing this rain coming and trying to figure out when they have to get serious about putting the tarp on. But these fans have said that's enough. I am curious to know, and we can find out when we go home, if Trevor has a wheelbarrow closer to home plate than they do here, and if the driver goes any faster than the one here in Detroit.
He didn't look like he was in a hurry. Oh, nice. Yeah, he's got him a fresh landing spot. There you go. Now
I'll bet now they got a new driver. They got a new driver.
He's saying just go out the back gate here, the front gate, right here.
Right before the game started, we had a delay because some of the lights went out in right field. So Gary Cederstrom waited until those lights came back on. We had a 23-minute rain delay. We had a few false starts where it looked like the lights were coming on and there was some sort of circuit issue because they would come on and they would go off. They would come on and they would go off. So if that's the look on your face before the first pitch, it's going to be a long night.
He doesn't look happy as it starts to rain. But
I think
it's shut off now.
Can we order some room service for Gary Cederstrom tonight? Maybe send him a cold beverage or a nice dessert.
He deserves it.
All right.
Well, I'm glad they didn't take the wheelbarrow back out the right field gate.
Slow roller to third, and it will roll foul. J.D. Martinez leads off the bottom of the 10th inning.
Well, the good part about all the fans leaving now, it stopped raining, they're coming back. They can sit wherever they want to sit. Pick a spot down close.
Sinking line drive to left, and Alex makes a trademark play. Good to see him charging in from left. And that's not an easy play, one down.
No, I can't tell you how difficult that is, folks. He makes it look easy. But you got to read the swing. J.D. Martinez, guy can hit the ball to the park, and had topspin on it, so Alex had to freeze for a second, see how it was going to be hit, then come in, make the adjustment, soften his hands, so the ball stayed in it, and record the first out for Ryan Madsen. Fastball 90 to 96. He cuts his fastball, a nice little cutter, and he's got an excellent changeup.
Hit well to right field. Paulo Orlando at the wall. He's got it. So a couple of scares for the Royals in the 10th inning. A line out to left, a fly out to the wall in right field. And ho-hum, 2 outs.
Yeah, this was on the changeup. And he waited on it.
And now Tyler Collins with 2 down. Marlins is 0 for 3 with a walk. One and one. Cueto, by the way, went 7 innings. He gave up 1 run in the first and 1 run in the 8th, although the run scored after he had left the game. Wade Davis went 1 inning. He gave up 1 unearned run. Herrera pitched a scoreless 9th. And now Madsen's 1 strike away from a scoreless 10th. And in the top of the 11th inning, it's Mike Moustakas, Kendrys Morales, and Eric Hosmer. And we may see a left-hander. 2-2. Zobrist makes a diving play. So the Royals defense picks up Ryan Madsen in the 10th inning. Gordon makes a diving play. Orlando catches a ball with his back up against the right field wall, and Zobrist with a dive for a scoreless 10th.
Skills. Look at that. Paulo Orlando talked him into that. And Zobrist said, you know what? We can't allow any guys on base. Love to see him getting dirty, making those plays.
And we remind you that extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Phillies stays on for the top of the 11th inning to get Moustakas, Morales, and Hosmer.
Fastball slider change, Phillies.
Hit well. Center field. Gose is back and runs it down. And Mike Moustakas has had bad luck with his last 2 at-bats. Lining out to right field and now lining out to center field. We've seen a drizzle, and right now maybe a mist, but in between innings the grounds crew went out and they took the cover off the tarp. And looking at the radar, we told you early in the game tonight that rain was supposed to arrive around 11. It's 11:07, and there is some heavy rain not far from Detroit. A strike to Kendrys Morales. So now is the time to score some runs. Otherwise, it could be a long, long night. It's already been a long night. You're talking about some heavy rain, which would cause them to cover the field, and then you got to wait for the rain to stop, uncover the field, roll the tarp up. And there's a couple of lines of storms on their way to Detroit. Chopped out to Kinsler. 2 down. Morales is 1 for 5.
Phillies might give you just one fastball. Moose jumped on it first pitch. Morales missed his and then got to swing at that slider down. Look early for the cookie.
Second time that Hochevar's warmed up. Hollins has kind of stayed loose in the event of a save situation. Slider for a strike to Hosmer. He is 2 for 4 tonight with a run scored, and 1 for 3 with a home run against Phillies. Ghost makes a diving play. So a pretty good outfield defense in the bottom of the 10th and the top of the 11th. Phillies gives the Tigers 2 innings out of the bullpen. We're tied at 3. Cueto took a big step in the right direction tonight. He gave up 2 runs in 7 innings. Wade Davis gave up 1 unearned run in his inning. And then Herrera and Madsen pitched scoreless innings. Josh Wilson scheduled to lead off, but it'll be Nick Castellanos. Wilson came on for the Tigers in the top of the 9th inning for a defensive upgrade, and now Castellanos, who is the Tigers' regular third baseman. Castellanos, McCann, and Romine. "15 home runs, 69 driven in."
Hochevar similar to Ryan Madsen without the changeup. Instead, he's got a big curve. But he'll go 90 to 96 with his fastball. Good cutter.
Slider is swung on and missed. Both teams in their previous at-bats hit into some bad luck. Tigers When they batted in the bottom of the 10th, J.D. Martinez lined to left. Alex Gordon made a diving play. Victor Martinez hit one to the wall in right field. Paulo Orlando made the catch. And then Tyler Collins lost a base hit on a diving play by Zobrist at second base. And then the Royals in the top of the 11th hit 2 line drives to center field. Moustakas and Hosmer both lined to center. And now Hochhaber's ahead 1-2. The Royals need a win tonight to remain 2 games ahead of Toronto for the best record in the American League. Royals have won 2 of their last 3. A big night last night in Cleveland, and Ned Yost hoping that that's the game that means that the so-called flu, it's run its course. Big curveball strikes out Castellanos.
Hochhaber with a nice sky hook. That thing started out around his neck and fell right over the middle. Beauty.
And now the Tiger catcher, Brian McCann. He is 1 for 4 with a second inning infield single. Take that back, James McCann. Not to be confused with Yankees catcher Brian McCann, unless you're me. Very high to left field. Alex is there, 2 down. And now Andrew Romine. He is 1 for 4 with a 5th inning single. Just foul and off of Hosmer's glove. Good curve. Boy, he's got that pitch down tonight.
Sure does. You know, it just depends. Certain nights, you know, you get good break with your curve, or some of your other pitches, and other nights it's not working. But it's good to see Hoch with that. That's a nice weapon. Stay with it. Oh, baby.
3 up, 3 down, 2 strikeouts, both with the curveball, and we will go to the 12th. Salvador Perez, Gerard Dyson, Ben Zobrist are coming up. thanks to Salvador Perez. 2 outs and a man on, and the Royals down by 2 in the 9th.
Oh, he loaded up his lower half, and he was waiting for that pitch. Wilson obviously making a mistake and paying for it big time. Salvi, 20th home run. Tying Mike McFarland for the all-time mark for a catcher in a single season. Tremendous shot and a timely.
Dixon Machado is now at shortstop. And Andrew Romine, who has been at shortstop all night, he shifts over to third. And Drew Verhagen takes over the 12th inning to get Perez, Dyson, and Zobrist. Curveball in for a strike. That looked like Luke Hochevar's curveball.
Yep, he's got one of his own. He'll go low to mid-90s with his fastball. He's got some late sink to it and a changeup.
And a base hit into left field. Salvador Perez has a 3-hit game. And will we see Terrence Gore?
Absolutely. You got to see him. Yeah. Oh, man. Can't wait to watch this young man. Salvi, way to stay with the hook. Verhagen went to back-to-back curves. Salvi stayed with it, stuck it. Little booty knock there, threw the backside out, but was able to drop it into left field. Yeah, a little early rally. Here we go.
Now Dyson came on as a pinch runner in the 9th inning and didn't take off for a few pitches and then tried a delayed steal. Oftentimes Gore comes on and he goes right away.
He does.
Not going. And Dyson takes high and away, ball 1.
Well, I don't think Dyson will see a slow curve with Gore over there on first base. It takes a little bit long to get home. He'll rep that bag off easy.
Here he goes. Pitches a strike, and Gore is safe.
Perfect throw. McCann can't do anything about it. He's so low to the ground, and is at full speed in one step. Third bag of the year for him. I mean, that's a perfect throw. That's 11 for 11 for Gore, counting postseason last year.
And now we'll see what Dyson does. Bunts. And the play to first, and that's close. The go-ahead run is at third with 1 out. 2-4 on the sacrifice. Catcher McCann to the second baseman Kinsler.
Good to see Gerard get a bunt down. Kind of way. That'll work. Now, Ausmus has to play the infielders in. They're going to move. They're going to put him on.
Give themselves the option of a ground ball play at the plate, or if the ground ball is right, a chance at a double play. So Greg Holland gets a little more heated up in the Royals bullpen, hoping for a lead going into the bottom of the 12th. First and third with 1 out. And here comes Brad Ausmus. And he is still hearing it from what is left of a crowd that at one time was 32,926. They were really letting him have it when he removed Justin Verlander with Hosmer at first and 2 down in the 9th inning. Now Verlander was up over 110 pitches. Salvador Perez was coming up, and he owns Verlander. So he brought in Alex Wilson, who hit a 2-run home run. Or Salvador Perez hit a 2-run home run off of Alex Wilson. And now Ausmus out there to talk about what they want to do with Paulo Orlando and what they want to do if the Royals run.
Well, with that big curveball, you better not bounce it. If he does, Gore, he'll score in a second.
Ground ball right side. Tigers will get an out. The Royals will get a run. Paulo Orlando. Man.
Yeah, he just shortened up his swing, and he had that in mind all the way. He would have been a tough guy to double up with his speed. And once again, Gore to score. What a weapon. Paulo, that excellent idea. I thought that was going to get through with that topspin on it. And Zobrist still in scoring position. And why not get greedy and get some more? Let's see Colon, see if he can pitch in. Kinsler again with a nice play.
And Colon bounces it over the mound. Kinsler is there, and that is the top of the 12. Perez singles. Gore runs for him. He steals second base. Dyson gets him to third. Orlando gets him home.
Hammer time.
Tonight, a 2-out double in the 5th inning to tie the game at 1, and now good situational hitting, a ground ball in the 12th inning to score Terrence Gore, and the Royals have the lead in the bottom of the 12th. Drew Butera is behind the plate for Greg Holland. Now, Greg Holland has always said, and the Royals have always said, he is at his best when he is pitching regularly. Well, this will be his 3rd appearance in the last 4 days.
Yep, and he's been up and down for the last several innings, just not overdoing it, but just staying loose. We'll see if he can execute his slider. That's his beautiful pitch there. Fastball.
Ground ball, base hit right field. Fastball at 88. That's the 3rd time that Ghost has been on. He's been on base in each of his last 3 plate appearances. And immediately the Tigers have the tying run at first and the potential winning run at the plate.
And, of course, it always seems to be this way. The meat of the order is coming.
Kinsler's had a very good all-around night. He has 4 hits, 2 runs scored, and a defensive play back in the 5th inning that saved a run. popped up. Moustakas making sure he didn't step on the bag, and he brings it down. Just got word from Royals Vice President Mike Swanson telling us that the X-rays on Alcides Escobar were negative. It is a contusion to his left elbow. He was hit by a pitch and came out. There's a strike to Miguel Cabrera, hit by a pitch in the 10th inning. And then after the top of the 10th was over, Christian Colon took over at short. Greg Holland and Miguel Cabrera.
See if he can put Cabrera in the lane.
Well, he did that last night. Greg Holland came on last night with the bases loaded and nobody out, and threw 3 pitches. He allowed a sac fly, and the Indians got a run, and then he got a ground ball, game-ending double play. That will be out of play. First fastball was 88. Second fastball at 89. That fastball is at 91. And remember, 3 nights ago, when he got the save against the Indians, his fastball was in the upper 80s, right around 90. But then the final pitch of the game, he reached back and got a strikeout at 93. Now Holland and Butera are going to talk it over.
So it looked like Cabrera was looking back at Butera, asking him, was that a fastball? And, you know, Butera's not going to say anything, so right there he goes to the mound, tells Holland that information. Drop that hammer on him.
Fastball, and it's drilled deep to left. Alex backhands, gets it back to the infield. Cabrera has a double, and Ghost goes to third.
Tried to sneak a little 92 fastball right by Cabrera, who really, that's the pitch you kind of want to get him on inside. He was able to pull his hands in with no problem.
That's just good hitting. I mean, that's not even a strike.
No, it was way off the plate. It wasn't a cookie down the middle. And, you know, he's a great hitter, and he was able to get a big hit for him.
Ed Yost out there to talk about what they want to do here with J.D. Martinez at the plate.
First base is open. 1 out.
And now we're going to get another pinch runner.
Yeah.
Rajay Davis will run for Miguel Cabrera. Holland, by the way, has thrown 5 pitches, all strikes. 5 pitches to 3 batters. They're going to call that a single for Miguel Cabrera, and he goes to second on the throw.
Yeah, I figured with first base open, they'd put him on. Victor Martinez, a guy that can hopefully hit into a ground ball double play, is going to be hit next.
Yikes. Dos at third. He's singled. Davis at second, running for Cabrera. And J.D. Martinez at first. He was intentionally walked. And now Holland and Victor Martinez.
See if he can stay with that, maybe that slider. Be careful, first pitch fastball. Martinez, he knocked the sacrifice fly in earlier in the game, 8th inning.
Strike over the inside.
Perfect spot. That's where he wants to keep it, if he can. Victor doesn't run that well. Zobrist, the second baseman's way over in that hole.
In the dirt, and he gets a swing. No balls, 2 strikes.
Great job by Butera. Now he's going to be challenged with that slider. They're going to square that ball up on that chest protector and keep it in front. Excellent job there. Can't give him anything up. Got to keep it down.
Struck him out. 2 down.
Great slider. And that's a couple different kinds there. The first one he threw to him was a straight down. This one here looked like it backed up a little bit down and away from him. That was excellent. Good placement.
And now Holland will get Tyler Collins. He has never faced Greg Holland. In the dirt, but blocked by Butera. 1 ball and no strikes.
Collins looked like he wanted to offer it that.
Just inside. 2 balls and no strikes. That's the only man the Royals are concerned with. Well, that's not true, but they're trying to keep him at third base. Blocked again by Butera, but now the count is 3-0.
You know, you got to use that fastball once in a while, and this might be the pitch. 3-0.
.92, 3-1.
You know, sometimes you got to take your chances. We'll see what he comes with here. He has the ability to throw that slider for a strike. Whatever he can throw for a strike, do it. Don't want to walk him in.
Tie game. And now Dixon Machado. September call-up for the Tigers. And the slider's in for a strike. Ghost singled. Kinsler popped up. Cabrera hit a long single that got Ghost to third. Then the intentional walk. A big strikeout for Holland against Victor Martinez. And the walk to Tyler Collins. And now a ball in the dirt. Butera blocked it. Davis made two moves. One move, then he stopped. A second move, and he stopped. And goes back to third.
Butera, man, I tell you what, for this little inning he's in, a lot of pressure situations here. He's done a great job. Oh, man. Rajai Davis is a very aggressive base runner.
Just a little bit high and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Machado is here because of his defense. He is not here because of his bat. He is 7 for 29.
Didn't look like a bad pitch. No.
Yes, he did. And it was a called strike, 2-2. Hoping to get to the 13th inning where the Royals will have the top of the order. Fastball at 92. 2-2.
Last one of those you'll see probably.
And Butera might be tested again right here. Stayed up. Gordon on the run. Alex dives, and Dixon Machado wins the game for the Tigers in the bottom of the 12th inning.
That was the worst slider that he's thrown all night. Big hump.
The Royals did some things tonight they should be very proud of, and yet that is not much consolation right now. A 2-out, 2-run home run in the 9th inning to send it into extra innings, and then getting a run in the 12th to take the lead. But the Tigers get 2 against Greg Holland in the bottom of the 12th inning, and they take game 1, and now the Royals have just a 1-game advantage over the Toronto Blue Jays for the best record in the American League. Final score 5-4. We'll be back.